All right, I want to say good evening to everyone. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to our Wake County Board of Education meeting. It is January 5th. Call this meeting to order at approximately 5:40. Again, thank you all for being here. We have a quorum this evening. We have all board members here present in the room, along with Superintendent Moore. And I'm certain that our attorney, board counsel, Mr. Blumberg, is with us virtual.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. So again, Happy New Year to you all, to you, sir. Happy New Year to everyone joining us. Again, we have a quorum, so at this time, if you'll stand with me and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that, and thank you all for sticking with us as we work, those of you that were with us during our work session, and we're extending that discussion into our board meeting here during our information item. So I'll move pretty quickly through our agenda so that we can get to that portion. I'll start off with our information session with comments, and so Superintendent Moore, I'll turn it over to you for comments.
Good evening. I'd like to first congratulate Michael Villanueva, an ESL teacher at Enloe Magnet High School, for being named a finalist for the North Carolina Beginning Teacher of the Year Award from the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching. Mr. Villanueva was named the top first-year high school teacher in the district last year. Enloe Principal Dr. Will Chavis says that Mr. Villanueva has demonstrated a passion for teaching and has built a strong rapport with his students. He has worked to increase the level of critical thinking and analysis among his students and spends many hours before and after school tutoring and advising. In recommending him for the district award, Dr. Chavis wrote that Mr. Villanueva has a special gift for people and a passion for students, particularly at-risk students. Mr. Villanueva now moves on to a round of interviews with judges and will participate in discussions about best teaching practices with other finalists from across the state. A winner will be announced by NCAT in April. Congratulations, Mr. Villanueva, and best of luck. January is National Mentoring Month. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank anyone from our community who has ever taken the time to connect with our students. I would like to especially acknowledge the outstanding volunteers from the WCPSS Helping Hands Mentoring Program, coordinated by the Office of Equity Affairs, which provides academic and personal development support to African American male students through adult mentors. A national report called The Mentoring Effect found that young people who had a mentor were 55% more likely to attend college than peers who were equally at risk for not completing high school. They were also 81% more likely to participate regularly in sports or extracurricular activities, 78% more likely to volunteer regularly in their communities, more than twice as likely to say they held a leadership position in a club or sports team. Building closures due to COVID-19, of course, have made providing mentoring opportunities more of a challenge this year. But I would still like to encourage members of our community to seek out ways to serve as a mentor, even if that must be done virtually for a while longer. Contact the principal of any school near you to find out how you can get involved. Finally, I would like to touch on a topic that we discussed during our work session and that we will also address later this evening, our need for more substitute teachers. Tomorrow morning, we will announce an aggressive recruiting effort called We Need You, They Need You. The title says it all. Substitutes are critical to the success of our students and the effective operations of our schools, now more than ever. They build a bridge to brighter futures for our students by helping them stay on course in their learning. We need more folks to answer this call. During the last 2 weeks leading up to winter break, there was a shortage of about 200 subs per day on any given day. So we must increase the pool of people who are willing to substitute teach during this pandemic. We encourage parents, retirees, including our retired teachers, and any adult with at least a high school diploma or GED equivalent who is interested in making a difference in a child's life to apply. For more information on requirements, training, and how to apply, please go to wcpss.net/subs. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore. And I'll just be brief with mine again. Welcome everyone back. Happy New Year to you. Hope that you had a safe and restful holiday season, and just ask you continue to be safe, to be vigilant, as it is our hope to that we have a successful return to school with second semester, as it is our hope to return students back and get students back in school across the board from kindergarten to 12th grade and the pre-K to 12th grade. That is certainly our hope, but that depends on us being able to do that safely, effectively, and in an operationally sound manner, and we all have a role to play in that effort. So just ask that you continue to, again, be safe, be vigilant, and we look forward to having a great 2021 and the rest of the 2020-2021 academic year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Mahaffey for any comments.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. Wishing everyone a happy and healthy new year. Please, please, please continuing to practice those 3 W's and staying at home as much as possible so we can have a in-person start to our second semester. And I want to take a moment to celebrate a success of one of our 5th grade teachers at Baucom Elementary. Chris Gilbert wrote a book during the pandemic for his students, and it is now on the top 100 list on Amazon for kids sci-fi, and it's called Once Bitten. So if you have some time to read while you're staying at home, Mr. Gilbert's book is available, and it talks about the zombie apocalypse happening in Apex. So I'm just going to go lock my doors when I get home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. Dr. Martin, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments brief as well. Happy New Year to everyone. And again, as I try to always do, thank you. Thank you to our teachers, to our staff, administrators across the board for all the work that you do. I suspect you, like me, were working significantly over the break to be ready for the spring semester. Again, thank you. Thank you to students, to families, and everybody. Like Ms. Mahaffey said, let's work together. Let's prioritize our kids. And as a community, make sure that we do what we need to make sure that we can be as safe and effective as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Scott.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone, and Happy New Year as well. I also will keep my comments brief this evening and just, again, support what my colleagues have said. We do need the community to be strong about wearing masks, about following the governor's orders, washing our hands, staying as healthy as possible, because we more than anything want to continue to operate our schools and offer in-person learning for those students who have made that, whose families have selected that. We know how important it is, but we also really need to keep people safe. So please continue, please, to follow those 3 W's. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott. Mrs. Kushner.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. To my colleagues, Happy New Year, and I'll add my gratitude to our entire system, for all our educators and staff who are working so hard for our students coming back in 2021. I also want to announce that the District 6 will have a Board Advisory Council meeting the first of this school year on Wednesday, January 13th at noon. There will be a virtual link going up on the calendar on the Wake County website. So I just wanted to announce that District 6 BAC, Wednesday, January 13th. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Ms. Johnson-Hostler.
Good evening, and like my colleagues, I welcome everyone back and wish you a happy new year, and hopefully this year will provide you with everything that you need to be healthy, safe, and restored from such a long year last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Cash.
I as well wish everybody a happy new year. I had I managed to keep my family compliant through the holidays, which was 10 grandchildren. It was interesting, but we stayed outside the whole time and had a great time, and we all wore a mask, even the kids. So I was pretty proud of them. Most of the time they had their masks on. Looking forward to a new year. I received my first part of my COVID vaccine yesterday by Wake Med, and it was fairly uneventful, but as of so far. And I appreciate Wake Med for giving me the vaccination since I'm at work a lot at the hospital. So it'll be a good year, I think.
Thank you, absolutely. Ms. Carter.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Sutton. Well, before the break, I just want to reverse a little bit. I had the opportunity to watch virtually a fun dance that was posted by Miss Winans, a dance teacher at Davis Drive Middle School. And it's what I refer to the infamous Santa Claus is coming to town dance. And I really appreciate her creativity in putting this together virtually, posting it so that community members could see the dancers and all their great work they've been putting in. And in case you're wondering, yes, Santa Claus was still able to perform, and you can catch a glimpse of him dancing as well. So thank you for that. And another thing I was able to read about was at East Cary. I wanted to give a little shout out to Miss Kotz and Miss Sanger, who put together a winter break goose chase challenge. And I'm not sure if any of you all have ever participated in a goose chase. It's quite interesting and fun. And if you've been around students that are doing it as well, you never know what can happen, and it's quite entertaining. And I just think that was one example of many of the things that our staff are doing to get creative and work on engaging with our students, even when we're supposedly on a break. So thank you for everything, for what you all are doing. I also have appreciated hearing from staff and families, community members, and even students about what is going on, like positive feedback about what's been happening when they were in person and also when they were virtual. So I do appreciate hearing that. And there's been a wide range of activities that our staff are doing to try to keep kids engaged and learning. And like I've mentioned, they have been amazing. And I thank staff again. But I do still am concerned about, even though those amazing attempts are happening, we still have students and families that I'm hearing from that are not connected and are struggling significantly. So I do hear your pleas for the in-person instruction and the variety of reasons. I understand it can vary from family to family, but I'm hearing that. I'm also hearing the other side. But I encourage you all to continue to share your perspectives, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Mr. Hagerty.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. So, again, just to keep everything brief, we have just, I think, one or two final holdouts, but once we hear from the last two schools, we will have our board advisory committee for District 7 finally assembled, and we'll be announcing a virtual meeting sometime soon in an election of officers. Just still trying to get a final roster before we bring that to the board for the final publication. Again, just a special thank you to everyone who's worked so hard over the break, continuing to provide instruction and finish out the semester strong in whether it's a virtual or a face-to-face environment. Like Ms. Carter, I've been amazed at some of the creativity that some of our schools have shown, finding ways to engage the kids. We had a virtual Christmas carol at Leesville Road High School. That was really great to see the students come together and be able to celebrate something like that. So let's just keep working, keep going. We've got a lot ahead of us, and so with that, I'll end my comment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all board members. Again, appreciate the comments and the participation around the table. At this point, we'll move forward with our agenda, and if I can ask for an approval of a motion to approve tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion, I think, from Ms. Johnson-Hostler, second from Ms. Mahaffey to approve tonight's meeting agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor show by sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, tonight's agenda is approved. That takes us to our public comment section of the agenda. Residents wishing to address the Wake County Board of Education may submit their comments or video by noon the day of the meeting. The link can be found at www.wcpss.net. I am not seeing a list of public comment speakers for tonight. I see it now.
Sutton, I believe in your email, you should see that list.
Yeah, I got to go through this whole. I didn't have it.
Tim, how many speakers or how many contributions do we have?
If you wished, I could do that. There are 30 comments from members of the public. Chair Sutton, I don't know if you can see that email. If not, I could proceed.
If you would proceed.
Sure. There are 34 written comments from members of the public. The topics and the speakers whose comments are attached to this agenda are as follows. There are 11 speakers on remote instruction versus in-person instruction. There are 3 written comments on policies regarding gender identity and transgender students. There are 3 written comments on in-person state exams. There are 4 written comments on student achievement, the student achievement meeting of November 23rd regarding special education services. And there are 13 comments on other topics, those being asymptomatic spread and testing, communication with the board, family text messages, COVID cleaning in the schools, WCPSS approved list of vendors, splitting district into 3 cohorts, reopening virtual academy for high school, disengagement in the pandemic, high school teachers spamming assignments, COVID vaccine, customer service line, school leadership coach position, and disability discrimination. All of these comments are posted in full on the agenda, Chair Sutton, as you have just announced.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for your assistance with that, Mr. Simmons. I appreciate it. So that takes us to our information item, and that includes, again, the superintendent's reopening update. As I indicated earlier, we will resume our discussion from the work session there. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Moore and let her start off with the normal summary that you provide for the reopening, and then we'll pick up from there with the discussion from work session.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. During the work session today, we covered the following topics. I'll just mention them at a high level, as I know that there will be board discussion on several of them as we move forward through the rest of this update. We started our work session today with just some additional information from Dr. Zimmerman, the other co-chair of the ABC Science Collaborative, who provided some information on a couple of additional recent studies, one in the U.S. and one in England, and some of the numbers and data associated with return to to instruction in those locations. She also provided some updated information on districts who are in Plan B and districts who have been in Plan A with regards to infections and transmission in those school districts. And then she also provided an update on the federal landscape, just very briefly on what's happening with the vaccine and the fact that there are delays in the vaccine rollout, even from the first wave that has been sent out. And then she provided a little bit of an update with regards to the new strains of the coronavirus that have been identified and what they're seeing early on with regards to the efficacy of the vaccine versus transmissibility and those kinds of things. And then the staff provided updates on contact tracing and a little bit of a flow chart to have an understanding of how that works, and some decision-making points for how we collaborate with the county around COVID data with the decision to close a classroom, a grade level, or a school. And then the other side of the chart was how the staff engages, WCPSS staff engaged in a decision around closing a classroom, grade level, or school based on other things like staffing issues that don't require collaboration with the health department. So that folks would have an understanding. And that was immediately followed by an update from Human Resources and Dr. Matillo around the work that's being done and has been done to try to support the need for substitutes in the classroom, including an action item that's on the board's agenda for later this evening that I anticipate that we will discuss, recruitment efforts that are going on, touching base with our sub-pool to determine what their intentions are, and a number of those things. We also had an update from athletics, Darren Coe and Eric Fitz, who provided some information around some of the successes and challenges that we've seen with high school sports already, including some data around teams and athletes that have tested positive or had to quarantine and missed games, that sort of thing, which we know that the board wants to receive in a written format so that you can see it all. And then also the middle school, the tentative plans for spring for middle school, which are backing off of the initial communication from last fall, where we have planned for a shortened but full season for all middle school athletics, to where we are now with a recommendation that we implement a modified middle school sports season that would include workouts and conditioning, like practice, sports specific, as well as the potential for intramural within school, given that middle schools will be in 3 cohorts and you wouldn't have all of the folks on campus at one time. And I know that you will have questions about that as we move forward. And then just a review of the protocols in terms of safety with regards to athletics as well at all levels. And then the final portion of the work session agenda included a review of the in-person instruction plan that has already been adopted for second semester, a discussion of the beginning of second semester, the importance of the learnings from first semester with regards to the 3 Ws, a brief overview of the one cluster that we had that was identified right before the break, and preparing for a successful start to the second semester, which I know will generate some conversation from the board as we go through that particular topic in our review in just a few minutes. And those were the areas that were covered in the work session update. And I'm sure all staff is still hanging on as we get into questions, and I'll let the board chair sort of manage that then.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore. And first, let me say thank you to staff for moving through that piece earlier with deliberate speed. But of course, we did not have a chance to entertain questions. So thank you, staff, for hanging around and joining us during this part. What I want to do is sort of chunk this discussion into the 4 areas that we started with. So if you would go back to the first section, I think it's about slide 16 or 17, that's determining COVID-19 impact on classroom, grade levels, and schools. That discussion involved really 2 slides that laid out sort of a flow chart around what happens when a case is identified, how the district investigates that case and does some contact tracing, and that was very helpful, and then moved to sort of a decision process around when we make a decision to close a classroom and then a grade level and school school closure. So with that, I'll sort of open it up for any questions, and we'll take one section at a time. So any questions that you may have now, board members, as it relates to just this particular section around the COVID impact 19 on classroom, grade, and school closure. Mrs. Carter.
Thank you. I guess if we could get maybe a little explanation about exactly how and who would make the decision, and I know the word closure, if we could maybe define that a little bit about what that means and how that decision is made. Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you
Coe.
for the thank you for the question, Ms. Carter. Could I actually ask you to clarify, are you talking about when Wake County Public Health is recommending closure due to spread of COVID, or when staffing issues are happening, or both?
I'm referring to the staffing issue, slide number 18.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
So, no, it's okay. So it's actually a collaborative process, I think, that is made by both the chief of schools and chief of academic advancement, with strong input from the area superintendent and the principal about the staffing issues that may be going on due to COVID. One example might be there's just an influx of folks who've had to quarantine or isolate. And so because a specific grade level or a pre-K classroom, for example, is there's no availability of subs or whatnot, and we're put in that situation. We have the one of the instances we made a decision to close the pre-K program for 2 days after Thanksgiving to make sure that there's a quarantine and isolation process that was complete before we invited students and students back to the pre-K classroom to make sure everyone was safe. So that's a collaborative decision between the chief of schools and the chief of academic advancement.
I do think one additional point of clarification is that when we're talking about a closure, what happens in those instances is that the students are moved to remote instruction. So I do think that was a point of clarification that was needed. It's not that there's no more, that we're not having instruction during that period. It's that students are moved to remote instruction.
Thank you. Yes.
Mrs. Cash.
When we're talking now about when we go to remote in a grade level or a classroom, it's not like the whole school system. This is school by grade, or whatever needs to be done for that moment.
Yes, Ms. Cash, it would be on a case-by-case basis that either impacts the classroom grade level or, if needed, the entire school.
Thank you.
Ms. Kushner.
Thank you. And I do think it bears repeating that when we say closure, we mean move to remote instruction, because I think that really needs to be carefully communicated when we're talking about both for whether it's the health department moving to making the call that we cannot no longer be in person, or the school system doing the same for staffing purposes. I think we need to be really clear that it's moving to remote instruction. So I would just ask that we use that language instead of school closure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner. I think that's a great suggestion.
Ms. Scott.
Thank you. Mr. Coe, on slide 17, in those steps of the WCPSS case investigation and contact tracing from start to finish, as we started the dashboard, and I'm so thankful for that work and thankful for the reporting, so the community has the opportunity, and those who are in the buildings have the opportunity to understand the impact. There had been some confusion around when schools were receiving the letter about a positive, there's been a positive case at your school, but then that information was not on the dashboard. And I know we were working to address that. I know there was even discussion, suggestions that maybe we could say this had been a presumed positive, but it turned out it was not for whatever reason. But when I look at this chart, I'm just curious where does that fall into here, or does this help address that issue, especially with the number 3 being WCPSS shares information with the community? Is that the community at large? Is that referring to the dashboard? And within step 2 could have been that information letter sent home to families and employees at that school. I hope that makes sense. Could you clarify that a little bit?
Yeah, I'll do my best, Ms. Scott, and I'll also, Tim, I see Tim coming on camera. Tim, did you want to start?
Sure, yeah. Yes, Ms. Scott, and this is a good opportunity to just let people know publicly that starting today, actually this morning, the dashboard has been moved to a daily update as opposed to a weekly update. So what will happen, in specific reference to your question, is when a case is reported, the principal will call or notify health services. Health services will, as it says in the flow chart there, let the county know. We will notify the community at the end of each day if there's been a positive in their school. So if there's not been a positive in their school, there would be no notification. If a case is pending or presumed positive or negative, you will see it marked differently in the dashboard. Previously, when we were doing the weekly cases, or the weekly update, I should say, we only listed cases that were confirmed positive, and as you've noted, there was a lag there. From going forward, due to changes in the way health services and the county health department are working together, we'll go ahead and just note them daily, and then they'll have a status next to them. As I just said, it'll be pending or negative or confirmed. That means that there will be some changes in that dashboard from time to time. A pending case obviously is eventually resolved and will be resolved as something. That's something to be reflected on the terminology used on the dashboard. So am I addressing the question that you're asking?
Yes, you very much are, and I appreciate so much the changes in that. I appreciate the daily update. I know that's a lot of work, but it's so important to have that information be as accurate as possible for the community, and especially, I think, for us as board members as well. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
That's it.
Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you. I'm not sure exactly who wants staff to address this to, but when face-to-face instruction is canceled in a school due to community spread, do you foresee any impacts on the virtual academy students and staffing?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Haggerty. Because we've only had one cluster in which we'd had to close a classroom, the impact that we've seen has not been tremendous as of yet, because we've only had one cluster, and we're hoping to keep it that way. I think in terms of your question, in terms if there was a need to shift an entire school or a grade level or a classroom into virtual for a prolonged time, there would definitely be an impact on virtual academy numbers.
I guess to clarify my question, if for the students at that school who are participating in the virtual academy versus any of the plans for face-to-face instruction, should they expect any sort of change in their routine resulting from a school shutting down for face-to-face instruction, or do you foresee that they would continue on their routine?
So I will just jump in here. Part of the review process, Mr. Haggerty, is so that we can ask sort of those same kinds of questions. We want to know if there is availability of other teachers to step in, when we close, or is it possible for the classroom teachers to continue teaching their in-class students just remotely? That's part of why we're working with the Office of Schools and Academics. So if we need to step in with support somehow with, academic work or tutorials or any kind of digital support that may be required. So we go through a lengthy review, and at this point, like I said, we've been able to cover most of the cases, so we've only had a very limited number of closures, and that is really what we're trying to do. And the closures have been short, like 2 or 3 days at max, and we were able to make sure that there was no lag or gap in instruction, and it did not negatively impact virtual academy students.
Great. I appreciate that answer, Dr. McFarland. Thank you.
Dr. Martin.
Just a quick follow-up to that and then another comment. We've anecdotally heard of cases where an academy class all of a sudden had a double number of the population, which appears to be, in lieu of a substitute or quarantining. So that just seems a little bit inconsistent with the last answer. And so I guess maybe if we could get a little bit more clarification on that, because we're anecdotally hearing of cases where it is having impact, and I think that's the question that you're after, isn't it, Mr. Haggerty?
Especially if we had the hypothetical where it was an entire school beyond just a classroom or grade level. Yes,
Well,
sir.
and probably particularly if it goes on for a week as opposed to a day. I mean, a day we still need to know about, we as a system needs to know about, but it becomes a more significant impact if it extends like to a week of quarantine, for example.
Right.
And Dr. Martin, I think I can follow up with a little bit of clarity on that particular aspect of the question and kind of extend what Dr. McFarland was sharing. I hate to use the phrase, but I do think it does depend on the circumstances, right? It will depend on the way and the structure that individual schools and grade levels have their virtual academy and in-person rotations kind of broken up and allocated. I think it also depends, Dr. Martin, and also Mr. Haggerty, on even whether or not the classroom itself is being moved to fully virtual. If the teacher is still available, right, one advantage, actually, if you look at it that way, is that the teacher can simply move into the virtual environment and teach the students 100% virtually. That clearly is a different scenario than if the teacher themselves are not available, right, which could then lead to impacts on other classrooms, whether it be virtual or otherwise. And I think part of what you're referencing too, Dr. Martin, is a real challenge, and it goes back to what we talked about a little bit back before the break, not necessarily in circumstances where we're having to close a classroom per se for in-person instruction, but even seeing some numbers of students who aren't showing up, for example, in a rotation, or maybe not showing up for in-person, which reduces numbers of in-person students and increases numbers in virtual academy or the remote sections that are being established. So I do think it really does depend on what the circumstances that are involved as to its direct impact on other students that might be affected by that change.
Sure, thank you. And I'll just note that I raised the point mainly for clarity and transparency, because I think if people hear there's no impact, and yet they've seen impact in their classrooms, that's a communication disconnect, and we want to avoid as many of the communication disconnects as possible. And I think it's better to just recognize that this is a reality, and you're absolutely right, it depends. But I think it's better to recognize the reality than to say there's no impact on the virtual student. So that's a lot of why I wanted to raise that point. The other comment I wanted to make, just to get it on the record, there was a little bit of discussion about this in the break between work session and the board meeting, but normally the superintendent has authority by policy to even formally close a school for up to 2 weeks in the event of an emergency. So, I mean, this gets back to, Dr. Coe, your discussion about it is a collaborative decision, but that's not a board-based decision. It is a superintendent-based decision for the short term. But I think as the sort of some of the informal discussion was, I think the board will appreciate notification. So I just thought it was important to sort of get that on the record, that policy, even pre-COVID, gives that authority to the superintendent. It is not a board decision, it is a superintendent decision, but the board needs and requests that kind of notification. So I just want to make sure that was on the record. Thank you.
So Dr. Martin, I'll just, as further clarification, I pulled up the policy during the break so that I could take a look at it. And what it does specifically say is that when warranted by an emergency situation and where authorized by law, the superintendent may temporarily direct schools in full or in part to conduct classes remotely. And it says, with the understanding that ongoing remote instruction requires board approval. And then it lists the context of what emergency can be, and it's anything from weather, natural disasters, public health emergencies, et cetera.
Thank you.
So,
And it does also require, just one more thing, because it speaks to the question, excuse me. It says that in the event that that I need to do this, the superintendent shall notify the board of the decision and supporting rationale as soon as practicable and before announcing the decision to employees, students, and parents and guardians.
Thank you.
So with that said, Superintendent Moore, sort of in your mind, can you step off a little bit, sort of what that process might look like from a time frame standpoint? I'm looking at the bullets, and principal notifies the area superintendent knows chief of schools will hit academic advancement. And is that process over a 24, 48 hour, 48, 72 hour sort of time frame? And again, every situation will be different. And I guess the second part of that, and Mr. Cook touched on it, how we ensure consistency to some degree in each case, but understanding each case will be different. And as he said, it depends, because each one will be different. So it's not, I think there was the point raised by Mr. Hagan and Dr. Martin about whether there's impact, but I think there's also the larger issue of how we ensure consistency through the process, while at the same time recognizing that each case may be different.
Right. And so the process begins with a principal contact to the area superintendent about a concern of an ability to, what am I going to do in this pre-K situation because of the quarantine impact or whatever the impact is, and the folks needing to be out. We've contacted subs. We can't get anybody to pick up the job, those kinds of things. And so the reason that the area soup gathers all of the details and information and then provides that to Chief of Schools, Jackie Ellis, who then collaborates with the Chief of Academic Advancement, Dr. McFarland, is to provide sort of a funnel that provides some consistency in how decisions are made. Because if it was handled just at the area level, you may have more inconsistency. And so it funnels to the chiefs to make a recommendation around what needs to happen. And they will involve other stakeholders as needed. For example, they may, and these are actual things that have happened, they contact HR to see if HR has a way to reach out. Are there subs that may not normally go to these schools that might pick up these jobs? Or to reach out to special ed services and Karen Hamilton staff if there's a need related because it's a special needs classroom. And in some cases, our central services staff, as you would expect, are having to go to schools to support some needs sometimes as we bridge these gaps. And then the determination of the length depends on what the circumstances are. So I think the attempt is for there to be direct communication from the school to their supervisor with the area superintendent to gather all of the facts and information, to provide that to the chief of schools and then the chief academic advancement officer, so that Ms. Ellis and Dr. McFarland can collaborate to make a recommendation on what needs to happen after they have also made sure that all those other points have been contacted as well. And to date, we've had examples where we have had to, we resulted in a decision and a recommendation to close a classroom for a short period of time. It's not been for a long period of time. And we have had other examples where HR was able to secure the subs that were needed in order to maintain the continuity of instruction in the classroom without having to move to remote. So both of those have happened.
And the time frame part of that, I mean, obviously there's some sense of
it's
urgency.
very quick. This is very quick. It is from the moment that we are notified. If it takes 48 hours, that's probably a long time, because it's and that's why we've sort of had to say this process funneled to these two chiefs to work collaboratively to give them the authority to make that recommendation so that it can happen quickly. I do not recall one taking 48 hours, but we've not had many.
Thank you for that. Ms. Mahaffey?
Yeah, thank you. The question that I have kind of piggybacks on that, and that's what's the communication protocol that goes out to our families once that decision is made? How are families finding out about this? In addition to, needs for the school to make changes in order for this to happen, there are families that will need to shift their schedules in order to accommodate this as well. So what is the hope in getting that done. Obviously, there's going to be some urgency to that, but I'm curious as to what a family, should they be in this position, expect to hear from the district or the school.
I'm going to let either Jackie or Edward.
Yeah, I can just say in the cases that Ms. Ellis and I have worked with thus far, the area superintendent and Ms. Ellis have been really clear in working with principals in making sure that the contact is done aggressively. And in most cases, it's been a personal phone call to each of the families in the classrooms to allow them to know what's coming up, how long the closure might be expected to last, and to help with that planning. Ms. Ellis, I see you're on. Is there anything to add to that?
No, Dr. McFarland, you're accurate. The principal for another designee as an assistant principal will make the personal calls to each family, and our area superintendents have also participated in making phone calls to those families as well. So prior to the even reporting to Superintendent Moore, we make sure that the parents have been notified once that decision has been made, because our goal is to exhaust all in-person options prior to making a recommendation for remote instruction.
Thank you, and I appreciate recognizing that requires a personal touch. I know we get the emails from the district with Student Messenger, but I think that personal phone call for such a difficult topic is necessary.
Absolutely.
And Superintendent Moore, I was wondering, while we're on this topic, where are we? At our last board meeting, we discussed district-based contract tracers. Do you have an update on where we are with that process?
I know that we hired some just before the break. I don't know if Paul maybe has an update, or if Kelly's available that has some numbers.
Yes, Superintendent Moore and Ms. Mahaffey, thanks for the question. I'll let Kelly Creech add more if need be. But before the break, there were Kelly was able to bring in a few contracted folks. I think it was somewhere between 3 and 6 folks who already began training prior to the break, and we're hoping that more folks will be coming on to be trained and make sure that they're able to begin the work of contact tracing and case investigation. But I'll ask Kelly Creech to jump in with any additional details.
Good evening. Thanks so much. We have 6 currently that are being trained in-house with us, and hopes are to bring on 6 more. We are doing it so that we can get someone thoroughly trained before we move into another training process. Hopes are to have 12.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey. Ms. Johnson-Hostler.
Thank you. Ms. Mahaffey asked my first question, which was timeline for notification for parents. So I appreciate everyone, including the school staff and the area soups, for making those personal touches to families so that they're aware very quickly. My other question is there a different impact for our K-3 regarding class size? So if a class is shut down and the teacher is unable and there's no substitute, then are we putting 32 first graders in the same virtual class online? What would we do in that case if it's shut down and there's 2 first grade classes?
I think some of my other colleagues can better answer that, Ms. Johnson-Hostler, but I know that a lot of these cases, it's a school-by-school decision to make work and the adjustments needed, whether it be a virtual or combinations of classes or other staff who are covering that class. So I'll see if any other colleagues want to jump in with that as well.
I'll just add that it goes back to what Mr. Cook was saying earlier. We try to review the case by case, class by class, and in the instance of if it's 2 first grade classes and both of the teachers are going to be out quarantining, then our first goal is to figure out if we can have subs in the classroom. And if that is not possible, then we look for, is there support staff or teachers in the school that can be rearranged. And then, our last sort of place to go would be if we have to, move some virtual academy teachers or, to fill in for a day or two, or even if the teachers that are out on quarantine, if they can still cover the class. So we really try to look at all aspects, and we don't move students into a class where there are, large numbers as you were talking about.
I will also say that primarily we're looking at short-term needs. So there may be a short-term period where a class size is larger for this type of reason. It shouldn't be a long-term thing. And I say that because it has been made clear to districts that K-3 class sizes apply in the formation of virtual classes as well. Those limits apply in the formation of virtual classes as well. So in the event that there is a higher number of students in K-3, that is a short-term thing.
Thank you. The next question is really kind of an AJ question, but it's on the heels of this, and so I'll ask it and you can punt it to later. But that is, if teachers are technically quarantined and one way or the other, I'm curious of, do they have to use their sick time if they're quarantined? And then if we tell them they have to use their personal time, but we need them to come back and teach, they're still quarantined. How are we reconciling the use of their personal time?
I can go ahead and answer that. We don't have to punt it till later. So teachers can telework if they have to quarantine, and in that case, we would get a sub for the classroom, and they would not have to use their leave in order to do that. They do have their own personal leave available to them. The federal leave was available during the first semester. With that expiring, there is some contagious disease leave that is also available. But when a teacher is well enough to teach, even if it's a typical in-person teacher, to teach virtually, we would certainly rather the kids have access to a certified teacher, have that teacher not have to take leave if they're well enough to teach the class. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much, Dr. Matilda.
Yes, ma'am.
And sub-plans are always fun to write. So I'm sure I would
I'm more interested in his answer, which is teachers not having to use their leave. And so my follow-up question to that is technically, because so much of the CARES Act was actually extended for a year on December 30th when Congress and the President signed the new act. So do you know if that included the leave that was attached last spring, or do we not know yet? I mean, it's a very big bill, so it's okay if we don't know the answer yet.
Yeah, so the federal leave did expire, but we have gotten some recent news as of a day or two ago that districts may elect to extend part of that locally. So we will review that over the next couple of weeks to determine the best path forward. But in the meantime, the telework remains an option. The contagious disease leave, and when that applies, remains an option as well, and an employee's personal leave.
Perfect. One last question back to probably Dr. McFarland and Ms. Ellis, and that sort of is to our two former substitutes on our school board question, which I wasn't there yet, was around substitutes and lesson plans. Given our students have needed so much one-on-one touch because of the struggles of virtual, are we preparing our substitutes to do some of that individual follow-up? As you all know, I live with a teacher, so every single week he's calling students and parents to check in if they're not doing assignments. That's generally not built into what our substitutes do, but we already know we have some substitutes who've already been in our schools long-term. So are we providing support for that substitute, especially if it's, well, the email I got is a science class, so that's why I'm asking this question. And it's an EOC, so the parents, and I think I hadn't thought about it, it's a value question, that are we preparing substitutes to do that level of follow-up to make sure parents and teachers are aware of these missing assignments, or are there supports in the school building that are being sure that we're following up with the class if there's a long-term sub?
So I can tell you traditionally, as a former principal, one of the things that we always had in place when there was a substitute in a classroom that there would be support either offered from other teachers on the grade level or within the department that would help with, some of the specifics around assignments, connecting with students, et cetera. And again, it also depended on the length of the time. Was it a 2 or 3 day substitute situation, or were we looking at something longer term, such as, a 9-week substitute situation? And so, again, much of the work happens with principals and their area SUPs on developing how that plan will work. But in general, I can say in most cases, there are plans at the school to support the subs. And Ms. Ellis, I see that you're also here as well.
Okay, thank you. I certainly probably would not have asked this question if we were in the building, because I've seen it happen, but I also, again, have a high school student where they have to pick up materials every single week. So again, teachers usually do the follow-up. I get a text from the teacher or a remind saying, don't forget, you have to pick up this material. And I guess I'm curious, if that isn't happening, how are we filling in those gaps when it's a long-term sub? Again, chemistry has a lot of pickups of materials. And so if students aren't picking them up, I'm concerned, if we know what our failure rate was a few weeks ago or a few months ago when you all presented, that we do have structures in place to support that. If students aren't picking up materials, that for me would be a red flag. If it was a teacher, the teacher would know to intervene.
I just think to reiterate, is very temporary, but for anything that's long term, it will function as it has in person. As it relates to the PLT structure, that support is still in place, and the department chairs, be it virtually, on how to have that follow up with families and with students. So the goal obviously is still to keep things as short term as possible, but for our long term situations, we do leave it to each school base. And those structures that are in place are mostly around the PLT structure, and department leads working with those individual teachers or substitute teachers.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson-Hostler, can I just add something really quick? I think Ms. Johnson-Hostler has highlighted something that's an issue also outside of COVID, and especially when we are looking at classes like biology and high school and courses where we do have long-term subs. I mean, that can be an issue, and certainly not at the fault of the substitute teacher, but they are not necessarily always going to be trained in the same way that a licensed teacher would be. And I also would like to just ask that we look to provide some supports at the district level, and not just rely upon the PLTs who are just trained in so many ways right now to train a long-term substitute and how to provide resources and reaching out to students when they're missing assignments and they so desperately need those connections. I just had to add that on.
Thank you for wrapping up my point. That is the end of my point, is that I do believe we should be providing supports to the substitute. So hence the line of questioning was to ask specifically that we provide that support to substitute.
And thank you. Ms. Johnson-Hostler, we'll just close it. If you have a specific school, I think you referenced that you had an email. If you want to forward that to us, we'll certainly be happy to follow up.
Oh, you know I am. My computer won't let me in, but I will forward it to you.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you for that. And that's a great segue into the next section or chunk, and that is on staffing and substitute recruitment update. So Dr. Matillo, if you're around, I know you're here. Are there any questions from board members? And that takes us to starting slide 19. I think there were several slides there, and obviously, again, we have an action item later, and that will provide some opportunity to talk about the temporary substitute incentive pay bar. Are there any other questions in that area? See a couple of hands. All right, start with Ms. Scott.
Thank you. During the work session in this information, Dr. Matillo, you mentioned that of our approximate 3,000 substitutes that we received, about 1,400. And I was just curious how we reached out, if we only received email, and if you've also, I don't know how work intensive it would be to see how often those substitutes have even opened or accessed their ASAP or whatever system the substitutes are using?
Yes, thanks for the question, Ms. Scott. We did reach out via the emails that we have for all of our subs. That's how we did most of our contact to get the survey out and get the responses back. And by getting at least that many, it gave us a sense of some of the reasons for the entire group. We can, we sent that out prior to the break. We can certainly do a follow-up to continue to get additional data.
I appreciate that. It just concerns me that we heard from a little less than half than our substitute poll heard back from, rather. And then I have two other quick questions. Have you approximately how many new applications for substitutes? I know we're starting the campaign for more, to look for more tomorrow and ask folks to apply. But how many applications have come in, just approximate, over the last few months?
I don't have that number handy. I can certainly get it to you. You can see from a lot of the reports that we present in closed session on the personnel reports that we have lots of subs that we do continue to approve every board meeting. But I can get some better numbers for you and send those out.
Thank you. And as someone who has substituted in the Wake County Public School System, it was a pretty lengthy process from the time that I submitted my application to the time that I was finally in the system. Is there anything that is in place, or is it even possible to sort of expedite that process?
Yeah, and I don't know exactly, Ms. Scott, forgive me, when you were a sub in the system, but over the past couple of years, we've had some different structures in place and have really been a lot better at getting through the sub applications, where it's generally a week or so from completing the application to even being able to get it processed and get it through orientation. So we're on top of the applications now. I've talked with my sub office of 2 people. They feel good where they are, but I said you need to reach out immediately, as additional applications come in, and we'll reassign additional staff to help support that need. We certainly, as the applications come in, want to be in a position to process them as quickly as we can within a week to 10 days or so.
And I appreciate that, and I promise you that was not a slam to the HR department. I just know that.
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay, I just know that there are parts of the process, though, that can be lengthy, like background checks. Some of that is out, so that we can't necessarily speed that up. All right, I appreciate the information. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go down the line because I know there was a number of hands. So Ms. Johnson-Hostler, any questions in this area?
I do. Again, following back up to the substitutes, did we, again, I'm not surprised that the number of responses surveys tend to operate that way. You're good if you get 35%. That's considered a success. But I am curious if you have a sense of this, did you ask this question? And that goes back to my concern about the supports, that our teachers are clearly working really hard. And that's why I'm kind of pushing us to look at ways in which we provide supports at the central office level to these substitutes who may need it. So I'm curious if you've gotten feedback from some of those substitutes who have been in our schools since the beginning of the semester. Do you have, based on the data that you do have, because it sounds like some of them are doing it, but again, the last number suggests that they may not continue doing it. And so do we have a sense of why that is? Because again, if we know what it is, then it's easier to create, interventions to mitigate some of those subs from not leaving us during this time. So for instance, if it is supports because they've been in a classroom for 4 weeks on subject matter or parental or student contact, I'm just curious if we have a sense of what might be some of the concerns of those substitutes so that we can try to see if we can address them or not.
Yeah, so this is a great question. And looking at some of the initial data, there were some open-ended questions where subs could respond to, what could we do better to sort of get you back in the classroom or help you feel more comfortable. Training and supports was not a huge theme throughout some of those responses. They were things like, concerns about the spread, concerns about the health protocols. So I think, that's where we saw some of the places we might be able to make an impact. We've talked at the last couple of board sessions, about providing information to our subs about what we are doing within our schools in terms of the health protocols that are in place and the safety that's within our schools. So that's part of what we're going to try to provide to subs moving forward. We did add training, some of the same training that we did with teachers in terms of the digital tools we did add for our subs at the beginning of this, so they did have access to that training. But we'll certainly continue to look at that information, and if there's additional supports we can provide, absolutely do that for our subs.
Perfect. And of course, I mean, I can imagine if we're asking a survey about COVID, people's response is going to be about COVID. So again, we don't always think of all the things we might want because we're pretty linear thinkers when we're taking surveys. That's why people don't complete them. So thank you for being willing to go back and kind of explore some of that. The last question is, I'm not sure who wants to take this, or just skip it if you feel. I'm curious if we have a sense of what number of people we can spare, if you will, from central services that wouldn't hamstring all the work that's happening here. We talked about this last time of central services are filling in gaps, but they clearly have full-time jobs as well. And so I'm wondering if we've taken a look at, of this number of people, this is how many people we can spare. Again, back to how do we and again, many of our people in central services were educators, so how do we adequately fill the gap with certified teachers that would be available to go into schools? Again, this is me trying to think about how do we keep our schools open and highly functioning if we start to lose personnel.
I think we're asking the same questions that you're asking. We have talked about and have asked for central services folks to support schools directly by being on campuses, and have done that in emergency situations. And we've also talked about, the impact that has on the work that we're doing in central services. So I don't have a specific answer to your question other than to say it's something that we have been discussing several times. Been really appreciative of the central services folks who, when they can,
Absolutely.
will respond to that call. And they can't do it every time. Today, for example, with the board meeting would not be a good day for me to go out to a school, but another day might. And I've been able to do that from time to time. So I think folks are doing a great job of really looking at their schedules. What is that critical work that has to be done and cannot be delayed? And when do they have the capacity within their duties within central office to respond to a need at a school when it's there?
Yeah, I certainly agree and share my gratitude to central services, because I cannot imagine that it's easy, but I also know, to your point, everybody does want to pitch in. And again, realistically, given where our community numbers are, I just continue to believe that we have to think 10 steps ahead of where we might be. So how do we know if Monica can, based on the projects I have due, then I can do 2 days in the month of January, but I can do 10 in February. I just feel like we're going to be at a place that it is better suited we do the headache, tedious work now than to find ourselves really scratching to try to figure out how to fill in gaps. And I get it.
Yeah, we actually are. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We actually are getting at that. There is another survey going out to schools again that similar to what we did in the first semester, asking what is your need? Do what time of the day, what specific activities, and at the same time, I think it's going out today, or maybe it's tomorrow, to central services employees saying, when you look at your schedule, what days, what times of the day are you available, so we can schedule those folks who can be scheduled, but then it's also responding to the urgent need when that arises as well. So we do have a system where we have scheduled these folks, we've assigned them to schools. I know I have folks in my department who start the morning at a school early in the morning and then come on into work at central services after that. So I think folks are scheduling that and doing that when they can, and then that gives us an ability to also respond to an urgent need by sort of putting out an all call or asking for help.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Matillo.
Yes, ma'am.
One of my questions is, did you mention in your email, and I appreciate the recruitment and the efforts going into that public relations. I think that's great, and I think it helps for people to know they don't have to be a certified teacher to be a sub. That's always been a confusion out there. What about the universities? You said you reached out to the universities, and specifically I'd mentioned a couple of the schools that had education programs. Have they responded at all to you about offering up student teachers with maybe credit offered as an incentive to them?
We haven't talked much about credit at all, Ms. Cash. We have had some universities respond saying, that they're getting the word out to their students. We've done a very specific job of reaching out to our student teachers who finished up in the first semester as well, ensuring that they're on the sub list. So we haven't really talked about credit, but we are starting to get a response from the universities that, they understand the need and are reaching out. We've also asked them to reach out beyond schools of education. They have good contacts within the colleges and universities, and it's not just a teacher who's a trained teacher who can be really good with kids in a sub situation. We have young people of all different fields who could fill that need.
Okay, good. I'm glad you're doing that. I think it's good to get as many people involved. As well as the community groups. I know a couple have not been communicated with yet that are willing to put volunteers in our schools. And so before incentivizing those subs that are on our list, I'm trying to figure out how we get more subs on our list that are willing to come in. So are we going to work, like Activate Good has not been contacted yet. That would be one. There's a couple others.
Yeah, I can reach out to them specifically. Now that we have our marketing campaign that's launching and we have information, we have flyers, it will be easy to reach out to some of these community groups that they can then turn that information around to their contacts who are willing to come in. So yeah, we certainly will continue to do that. But if you have others, feel free to email them to me and we'll make sure we reach out to them specifically.
Okay, thanks. That's my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cash. Ms. Carter.
All right, yes. I have a few questions related to the numbers on slides 20 and I believe 21. Wait a minute. Yes, I was looking. I know that not all IA positions require subs, but could you explain, I guess, or do you have the specific information how there's almost, well, it looks like almost 300, there's a difference of 300 between the amount, the number of teachers and IAs, and like I said, I understand some IAs don't require subs, but is that the only reason that only there's a difference of 300 of actually requests being submitted for subs?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's one of the reasons we started this school. We have our absence management system that specifically pulls data from sub requests in that system, subs who respond to that system. But we know that all positions don't need all IA positions don't need a sub. There are also positions like counselors, like, AG coordinators, some different folks who also don't need subs, so they wouldn't be captured in those numbers. And oftentimes a school will know about a long-term need and they'll arrange that with a sub who then gets keyed and paid in a completely different data system, and that even though that sub is filling in for that teacher, that may not be captured in that absence management system or ASOP system that we have. So that's why it was important for us to also put this other tool out to ensure that we are capturing all the needs at the schools and that data is coming directly from principals and staff at the schools.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I just had one other, clarification. What is the expectation, for schools in situations? Are they allowed to school by school make decisions to use their staff, move staff around first versus actually putting it in ASOP? And I ask that because I'm particularly concerned about the stress on our current staff and the impact that has on their current positions inside the school when that is done too often. And I also am just looking to see if there's a district-wide expectation, or is that a school-by-school decision?
Yeah, it's generally a school-by-school decision because the situation may vary. Subs are available But a lot of times a school will make a decision, for example, in maybe a second grade classroom where an IA is available, and the students are used to that person. Instead of calling in a sub, may use the IA in that situation because they're familiar with the resources that IA could get additional pay for doing that. I've heard of situations where there's been a sort of a switch for a couple of days where an in-person teacher has had to quarantine for a couple of days or be out for a couple of days, and they have flipped with a virtual teacher. So now you still have both groups of students who have access to an experienced certified teacher. So I think the needs principals look at the needs in the school and try to make the best decision that they can to cover the need that's there.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And that answers my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Mr. Haggard, I'll come to you, and then Ms. Cushman.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Regarding the staffing issues and the substitute policies, the staffing issues were some of the largest issues that we identified in December, and appreciate staff's work trying to identify work to address these staffing issues so that we can go forward and try to ensure continuity. I do want to echo what Ms. Scott and Ms. Johnson-Hosler have raised about training and support for our substitutes. For as many of our students that are struggling with remote learning, having a substitute who is adequately trained and prepared to be able to go into Google Classroom or other platform tools really is important. And I want to stress that we give our substitutes all the opportunities for training and for support as they use these tools that they may not have used. Now, some of them might be proficient and come in and do great, but for the others that would work in a virtual environment, but for a lack of training or a lack of preparation, anything we can do as a system to prepare them, I think is key. It's crucial. But I want to ask you about another concern that came up in the survey. They talked about a number of the people in the substitute pool identified compensation. They also talked about a vaccine. And I know that we'll be talking a little bit more about the vaccine later, but as I understand it, the vaccination policies that are coming, a lot of it is going to be dictated by the county health department. But while we need to have all of our classroom teachers vaccinated, our school staff, our IAs, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and everyone vaccinated, I just don't know, is it on our plan right now to offer vaccination to substitutes? Will they be eligible?
Yes, Mr. Hagerty. At this point, we have been in communication with Wake County Emergency Management, and I'm hesitant to say anything too definitively because the plan and the phases have changed so much over the past couple of days. But during our last discussions, they are including our substitutes in the folks who would need to be vaccinated, who count as school staff. Certainly, we'll give updates as we hear them, but that has been part of the discussion.
Okay, thank you. I just think that is something that we need to offer. We need to make sure everyone in our school buildings has the vaccine, anyone coming in, and we need to make sure substitutes are included with that, and that might even be an incentive for some to come in. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Matillo.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hagerty. Ms. Kushner.
Thank you, and Mr. Hagerty just outlined my point. I think we need to control our controllables, so in giving incentives for our substitutes to take more assignments and using the vaccine as an incentive, I think would be a great strategy. And so I was glad, Mr. Matillo, to see that our instructional assistants who are going to be, who are utilized as substitutes will be eligible for tonight's for the proposal that you have before us tonight. I just wanted to confirm that that's the case, that our IAs will be eligible for that, for those incentives.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
As they serve as substitutes, and it's also important to point out that when they serve as substitutes, they also do get an additional pay for doing that.
Okay.
But on top of that, they will also be eligible for the proposal today if the board approves it.
Thank you, and retain their benefits as full-time employees of the district. So thank you, because I think that, again, we fall to have concerns about our, our salaries for all our staff. So wherever we can boost our staff members' salaries, we should be able to do that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner. Dr. Martin.
Thank you. Dr. Mantilla, first, I'd like to highlight some of the discussion that you and I had by email ahead of time, because I think it's important for us to think about the needs, but we need to put some of the sub-needs in context. And as you indicated in our discussion, last year, before COVID, I think you said in general we had 1,200 to 1,300 subs per day. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
So thinking about that in scale, right, we're right now with our what we're calling a high need. Our high need is between a third and a half of what was a normal day a year ago. And clarify, there's several reasons why the total number of subs may be low. There's less professional development that needs a sub, for example. But this probably is evidence that a lot of our staff are taking on additional responsibilities, particularly in the virtual environment, which is frankly saving us a lot of money. And so that's where I think the whole issue, we need to be really careful when you start talking about this incentive as to where are incentives going to a sub coming in from the outside versus our own employees who are picking up the extra work. But if you could just, before we talk about the equity issue, can you just reflect a little bit more on where we are compared to historic needs? Because I think our general thought, at least my thought, was we've got bigger needs right now during COVID, and yet this 500 is less than half of what a normal day would have been in the past. So that probably means our needs going to jump dramatically once high schoolers come back. But, are we also just not getting subs for virtual, or what? Help us understand a little bit more and put in context this major reduction in number of subs.
I wish I could give some clear answers on why, because it's a little counterintuitive, right? We're in a pandemic, but we're experiencing a lower need for subs. And I think, some of the reasons are teachers, PD is a big piece. I think that can make up about 20% of our sub needs on a given year. Teachers who can teach virtually, may be able to do that, whereas they would have to take leave or need a sub in that situation if they're teaching virtual academy, even if they're doing that from the building. And then they have to be out. They can continue to teach virtually, but do it from home without the need for a sub. So I think that has helped reduce the need. But then to me, the need still, it's a concern that although we have a smaller need, there's a smaller percentage of that need being filled during a time when there's so much on staff to begin with. So when we don't, when we look at an 80% fill rate in prior years to closer to a 60% fill rate now, actually I think it's like 88 generally in previous years, closer to 60 now. Folks who have to pick up those responsibilities, there's a lot on those folks. So to be able to get substitutes to fill the need is certainly, of importance to us, to make sure that teachers feel like they can take leave and have a sub to cover, to feel like other staff that are at the building don't always have to fill every need, and we can have subs available to do that.
AJ, I do want to point out something else that Dr. Martin mentioned briefly. I do believe that there's probably an impact that supports the lower number of absences based on the fact that 4th through 8th grade have been in rotations and high school has not been in. I do anticipate that with 4 or 5, if they begin second semester as scheduled on Plan A and high schools return on rotations, that the number of subs that are requested on a daily basis will increase.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I guess a little bit of a follow-up to that is, again, calibration. Is the about 3,000 member pool what we would have normally run in a normal year?
Yes, that is fairly close to what our typical numbers would be. We just don't see a large percentage of them picking up the jobs.
Well, I mean, even in the survey that you had, about 950 said either that they were not picking up jobs or would not pick up a job until a vaccine. So 950 out of 1,400 survey respondents tells us that our pool is too small right now, which is obviously why we're trying to expand the pool.
Right.
So anyway, I just wanted to make sure we were thinking about it in context of even a normal year. We've got a lot of work there.
Yeah, and it's not, I'll add too that it's not always sort of a 1-to-1 ratio that one sub would fill, one position. So that if you had 900 sub openings, for example, and 900 subs, that you'd be able to fill all those, because a lot of times subs are limited to their geographical area where they live, or they prefer a different level. So often there are limitations on their comfort level of filling different positions.
Well, and you might want to pick up 2 days a week, and but the need might be for a whole week, for example.
Correct.
Yeah. So, and we'll talk about this more, I guess, when we get to the action item. But it's so coupled with this, I think it's worthy of discussion now. You have indicated that IAs potentially can be eligible for the proposed bonuses that you're talking about. And that sort of sounds good as a statement, but I'm trying to understand a little bit the logistics of that, because it's my understanding that the IA most likely has their routine job that needs to be done. And, our IAs get paid as low as 11-something an hour. A non-certified sub is what? If we take an 8-hour day, it's $8 an hour. A certified is a little over $12.50 an hour. But if an instructional assistant is doing their normal job, it strikes me they can't necessarily pick up that sub to get the bonus. So it feels like the incentive program is creating a disincentive for our long-term employees. I mean, really what this is doing is it's highlighting a deficiency that we knew was the case ahead of time, that so many of our non-certified staff really are not paid a living wage. So this has just laid yet one more thing raw, but I'm trying to understand how we can create this incentive structure without creating animosity, for lack of a better word. I mean, that's what we've been seeing in some emails between our permanent employees and our subs, one being eligible for the bonus, one not. Some IAs being able to pick up subbing, others not able to pick up subbing and get that bonus because of their regular duties.
AJ?
Yes, sir.
Before you begin, let me, Dr. Martin, let me back into, I guess, your question. I think it's a good one, a valid one. And let me maybe take a few steps back to at least the concerns I've heard recently over the last couple days about, and the term equity was used a few minutes ago, about potential equities of, if you look at effective hourly rates between instructional assistants, and it depends on what step they're on, versus the daily rates for subs. And then the action item tonight is an incentive for subs. It's not an incentive for IAs, and concerns centered around that equity. If those effective hourly rates are both too low, I think we all agree on that, but one group's getting an incentive, one's not. I think it's important to take a step back and not just look at that hourly rate, but look at all types of compensation that both these populations, IAs and subs, receive from the district. And so I'm going to walk everyone through an example of an instructional assistant versus a sub. The IA receives full benefits, and I'm going to put some numbers behind that. The sub receives none. And so what does that mean from compensation? The IA receives the benefit of health insurance. The sub does not. the district pays $6,326 per year on behalf of that IA for their health insurance. So for a 10-month IA, that's the equivalent of receiving the benefit of an additional $632 of compensation per month beyond their pay. The IA receives the benefit of the state pension plan. The sub does not. So using an example, for every $100 that the district pays the IA in wages, we contribute an additional $21.68 on behalf of that IA into the retirement system for that IA's pension and state health insurance that carries into their retirement. So looking at that, that's the equivalent of an additional compensation to the tune of almost 22% on top of the IA's wages that the sub does not receive. The IA receives the benefit of being paid their full daily rate for 12 holidays during the year. The sub receives no such pay. The IA receives the benefit of being paid their full daily rate for up to 12 sick days per year. The sub receives no sick pay if they are sick and do not work. The IA has the benefit of being paid their full daily rate when they take annual leave. The sick, if they choose to take leave, they receive no pay. And the last one I'll throw out there, and there are more, I'm just trying to hit the highlights. The IA is eligible for longevity that can pay up to an additional 4.5% of their annual earnings. And that's based upon years of service, and the sub is not eligible. So there's really, I think you got to look beyond hourly rates as we consider things of equity, and the fact that the IAs have benefits and the subs don't. I think it's bigger than just the hourly rate. And again, at the end of the day, I think back, it was 2 years ago, we started our 5-year multi-year initiative on a number of fronts. One of those fronts was our non-certified staff and seeing what we can do to get their hourly rates and salaries into alignment closer to market. We had some pretty good progress in the first year. We did have a little bit of progress in the current year. As we all know, that was interrupted by COVID. But we still have much more work to do, and it's well beyond IAs and subs, but as we're talking about these two groups specifically as well.
Are we getting into this now? I think we all have a lot to say about this. Are we dealing with this now or during the action item?
Well, I mean, that was partly my question.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up, because I hate when you talk about, I mean, this is true in any business. People that come in every day get their benefits. That shouldn't even be compared in this respect, to me.
Well, and I too want to follow up, because we know the difference in benefits. And to a degree, we ought to think about some level of benefits even for subs, even if you could buy into the health plan rate. But that's a different conversation. The question that I asked in particular was that, as I understand it, some IAs will be eligible for this service bonus, but clearly not all IAs will be eligible for the service bonus. And Ms. Carter can maybe speak to that even more clearly than I can. But as a spec ed IA, you had daily responsibilities. I doubt you could have picked up sub opportunities to become eligible for the bonus. Therefore, and again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but trying to, as an example, I think you would have been an IA where your daily responsibilities would have precluded you from even becoming eligible for an IA getting the sub potential bonus. That's the issue I was talking about. I fully understand the difference between the benefits of a permanent employee versus not, but I'm just concerned about even this bonus plan. There's something that just doesn't quite sit right. And don't get me wrong, we need to address this need. But I'm concerned about the way it's being laid out.
So is there a short answer to Dr. Martin's question?
And Ms. Carter, did I give a scenario that's reasonable, or is it just my guess?
Yes, and I think there also would be a question of kind of like consistency, which we brought up before about some schools choose to reassign staff, not putting it in ASOP, not compensating, and just reassigning, doing coverage. This just gets into a whole lot of issues and just other responsibilities. Some IAs, especially now, are actually teaching individual students because of the current situation. So it does create a lot of issues.
So again, I think this
Dr. Martin, I mean, your point is well taken, and there is some basis to it. As I go back, though, we're not trying to address at this point equity amongst all of our non-certified staff. I think we all know that. We're trying to address a very acute issue of a shortage of subs. We developed this proposal based upon that very acute need, and the concern was raised about the potential equity issue with the hourly rate between an IA and a sub. And we're simply trying to point out that you can't necessarily pair the two hourly rates. And as even Ms. Cash pointed out, we do understand the significant difference in benefits that come along with being a full-time employee, that there is not that incentive with the subs. And so we are trying to put out an alternative incentive to fill that acute need.
So let's continue the discussion around that proposal when we get to that point on the agenda. Ms. Mahaffey.
Thank you. Dr. Matillo, on slide 24, there's a mention of second semester substitutes. Can you expand on what that is and how they're similar or different to the permanent subs that the Board of Ed previously approved?
AJ, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just realized that. I'm sorry. So schools have been able to, based on what the board approved, been able to prearrange and pre-schedule a sub every day at their school to handle the needs that arise. And this has been a benefit in a lot of situations as the pandemic has brought up. There's always unanticipated needs, but I think the pandemic has created more of them. So this has been a support to schools. Based on the savings we've had, within the current budget, as well as, the approval that the board gave previously as a special project for subs, we do have the money to essentially add a second sub to 4 schools for the second semester. So that's the difference. It's essentially adding an additional sub for them to be able to call and pre-schedule to meet needs.
Thank you.
Will those permanent subs be now permanent employees and thus benefits eligible, or will those permanent assigned subs still be subs and thus would be eligible for this bonus?
They would be eligible for the bonus because of the length of time that they would be. These positions, would expire at the end of the year. They wouldn't be eligible for full benefits. We would offer them the Affordable Care Act benefits if they met the threshold of hours during their assignment.
Thank you, Dr. Matillo. And for folks that are following along that aren't familiar, can you just share quickly what the NC Ed Corps is?
Sure. So the NC Ed Corps has been a partnership of it's essentially they've helped us recruit additional staff. These would become our employees. They would be serving K-2 students at schools designated as Title I or low performing, and they would essentially function as additional instructional assistants. Tutors would be a good way to think of them. So they would be primarily used for instructional support, although we could use them in an emergency situation as a substitute. Their primary role would be, to be a tutor or instructional support to students in the classroom.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mahaffey, for that question. Thank you, Dr. Matillo, for the update and answering those questions around that. So moving to the athletics portion of the presentation, Mr. Cole, you gave us a lot of information. Now, you could have fooled me with the one slide because there was a whole lot more information than you had there for just one slide. You had quite a few dates and things around the high school piece. One of the questions I asked Superintendent Moore was, would those dates and things be available in written format, but particularly even on the website? As you were going through the presentation, I went to the athletics page on the website, did not see those, that information there. So I guess my first question, will that be posted on the website? Because there was a ton of information that you gave in your presentation.
I think that
Yes, sir.
I've already asked Darren to pull together the data that he went through and provide a summary that is in writing to the board of basically his talking points that he used. And I do think there may be a space. I need to think about this a little bit further, discuss it perhaps with communications and Darren and some others around what that public presence of this type of information would look like. But notwithstanding the data and the public presence of the data, there is certainly a place for some type of an FAQ, frequently asked questions and contacts and that sort of thing, information for parents as we move forward with whatever we develop, either for middle school or I think there's already some stuff online around health protocols. Darren, maybe you can speak to what's already available.
So that's fair, and if I got ahead of you, Superintendent Moore, I apologize.
Okay.
No, absolutely. So the health protocols that we developed prior to the season are available and have been distributed, but we can work to put things into a one-stop location, and I'll work communications to do that. I hope that works. Thank you.
All right. I know that board members have several questions, so I'll start here this time. So Ms. Mahaffey, I'll start with you first, and I'll just kind of work my way back around.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Coe. I know you and your athletic directors and your coaches have been working very hard to make sure that our student athletes are able to play. As you can imagine, we've gotten a lot of emails about middle school athletics. And I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit more from your presentation. What I understand is there will be some form of athletics provided, but not interscholastic athletics. Will middle school students that have to try out for a sport in order to go in that cohort group? Or is it more of a recreational? Or is it, workouts versus intramurals? Or will that be left up to the individual schools? What is the thought process for what this will look like?
Yeah, so you are correct. It would not be interscholastic competition. It would be within the school only and within the cohort only. So students from one cohort, when they are in session, the campus would have the opportunity to participate in the season that is taking place at that time. We don't anticipate a tryout. We anticipate more of a registration. Students would still have to submit a form of an athletic physical and participation document, just as always, just as we do every year, that shows health and preparation in order to participate. With the numbers that will be much smaller than if we had all cohorts at one time, we don't anticipate going over a 25 limit at an indoor facility, or say basketball and cheerleading, or a 50-person limit at an outdoor practice or activity. So the athletic directors of the school, in conjunction with their principals, would work to assign students who are in the virtual academy to an individual cohort based on the numbers that are interested in participating at that school. But the activities, to your other question, the activities would be in line with the interim guidance from the Department of Health and Human Services, which indicates sports that are safe to participate in at this point in time. So sports that they indicate should not be played or should not be played in a competitive manner, we would continue those do it in a individual skilled setting where it is an intramural activity. So they would stay 6 feet of distance. Essentially, we're talking about contact sports that under DHHS guidance currently, as of their last release on December 8th, tier sports in green, yellow, and red sports based on their recommendation to participate or not participate.
Okay, and I did hear you say, and I guess, as Mr. Sutton said, it was a lot of information in that small time, that athletic directors would try to space out when those sports are held. So if I have an athlete that participates in cross country and track, they would be able to do both of those activities.
So at the middle school level, our sport offerings are much fewer than they are at the high school level.
Okay.
In fact, we typically only have 8 sports offered at the middle school level. We would keep those, it wouldn't be up to individual school determination. We would keep a season format where all basketball and cheerleading would take place, which is typically our winter sports at the middle school level. They would take place in one period of time. They would not overlap with the typical fall sports, and they would not overlap with the typical spring sports. But those sports would be held at within the same time frame at all schools, all 35 middle schools that have athletic programs in the district.
Okay, thank you very much. And Superintendent Moore, is there, for after-school arts activities for our middle school students, are those currently happening, or are they going to follow a similar fashion?
I believe that middle school extracurricular type activities are already happening
Okay.
based on the cohorts that are in.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Scott, anything? No? Ms. Krishna?
Thank you, Chair Sutton. I just wanted to reinforce support for intramurals at the middle school level, as we're just trying to give our middle school students those athletic outlets. 2 middle schools actually opened in the about 15 years ago. They only had intramurals, and I think that was a great model and I think it would be great for us to look at that again for some perhaps select middle schools, because I think it builds more school culture in some of our smaller middle school models. So just I just want to add my voice to encouraging as much as we can intramurals, since we are not able to go forward with Mr. Coe's plan from the his plan for middle school athletics, which I thought was such a great plan. And that the cohort model is not allowing, keeping us safe in the 3 cohorts is not allowing us to follow through with that. So thanks for all the work you've done, Darren, in middle school athletics.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Sutton, I didn't have a question, but Ms. Kushner brought up something that I think I brought up to Superintendent Moore. And that, so I'll ask the question now. So for intramural, because I was not on the board when our middle schools were doing intramural, are they going to have the same grading standards that they do if they were playing on an athletic team in our middle schools?
Yep, thank you for the question. Within intramural programs, so we do have 2 schools that in a typical year only have intramurals, and those are Moore Square and Centennial Middle School. They only have middle school athletics in a typical year. There is not an eligibility component built into having intramural athletics. In addition, what we foresee right now with this option of workouts and conditioning and possible intramurals at our other 35 middle schools that do have interscholastic athletics in a typical year, we would not hold them to the standard that we would on a typical year for eligibility. They would still have to submit, like I said, documentation for a physical, but eligibility checks would not be necessary as they are not participating in interscholastic athletics, where those eligibility requirements come from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, and thanks for bringing up another point that I wouldn't have thought about, and that's the physical, which, again, my daughter didn't go to either of those 2 smaller middle schools, but I would assume they give the same information about going to Raleigh Orthopedics for a cheaper physical. So I definitely would want to make sure for our schools who do not have small intramural sports already, that those families are aware of how the options to get a physical.
Yes, thank you. Our middle school athletic directors and first responders do a great job of sharing that information in a regular setting. And I will mention that the Department of Public Instruction gave an extension on athletic physicals for this year because of lack of access for some to get to doctors. So there was an extension. But usually it's a 395-day where it has to be renewed. And that was extended over a year back in May.
Perfect. So just reiterating to parents who may not have had a child make a team that wouldn't have that information otherwise. So thank you for clarifying and making sure that our ADs in middle school share that. And certainly I'd be remiss if I didn't share my disheartening feelings for not being able to have athletics. As you know, Ms. Cash and I are holding down this back row of our love and support for athletics, realizing, and Ms. Kushner brought up a good point, that surely intramurals will also build some of that school camaraderie and experience for our middle school students. But we also certainly know that, again, sports, especially competitively at our high schools, start by what they show up as in middle school. So we certainly know this is going to be difficult for many of our families and athletes who look for middle school to be their springboard into their high school athletic career. So I'd be remiss if I did not add voice to that, which I'm sure Ms. Cash will do a much better job of expressing that. But thank you for ensuring that these families are aware of how to participate and all the processes for some families who this may be the first time for a student to be on an intramural team because they haven't made their school team. So there's also another great opportunity that we can look to in this process.
Thank you.
So Charlotte holding it down in the back row, Ms. Cash.
Yeah, I'm really disheartened by not having a middle school athletic program because I think it is so important. And so as we talked today, I got a little confused and not sure the parents are going to understand what skill development sessions are and what that's going to give to their children, number one, and the ability for intramural. So I'm thinking that somehow or another this information is going to have to go out from every school to their parents so that they know what they're getting, not what they're not getting, because we want to be sure that we make that clear. And as was already mentioned very eloquently, is that when you are in sports and you don't have the access to go to team sports like in many leagues that are out there that travel across the country, this is your only time that you get to excel in a sport prior to being competitive in high school. And as we all know, most of our young athletes in high school, this is their one shot to get into a college and do well. And if we don't have them developing those skills in middle school, I feel like they're not going to have the opportunity in high school to get the scholarships that they need for college. So this is not just a small thing for kids in middle school. It's not just a way to do activity. It's a way for them to be successful in the future. So I hope that we get back to full sports, but I hope that the ADs and the coaches in our middle schools realize that this needs to be a very, very viable opportunity for kids, and that it needs to be communicated very well to the parents so they can take as much opportunity as they possibly can.
Thank you, Mrs. Cash.
Mrs. Carter.
Yes, I just want to reiterate some of what has already been said. I understand the importance of athletics to so many of our students, and I will say I was a little shocked to hear about this, that some parents had already known about this and been told that this was the plan before. I don't think anything was sent to us, and I think it's important that communication it's very clear, very specific, so we kind of all know what's going on. And I think that's just something, again, to kind of work on and keeping it consistent, and positive, and highlighting like what Ms. Cash and Ms. Johnson-Hausler have already, so I won't sit here and keep repeating, but completely agree with that, and just ask that, if possible, before information is being sent out, that we ensure that all of us are aware of what's going on, and so we know when parents start contacting us upset, because some are, I've not seen what they've been sent, so I can't, answer to that, but in their eyes, some of them see it as no sports, no athletes, and for so many of our kids, that's like another, lack of way to put another blow to them, on top of everything else that they've been losing with this pandemic and being not in person. So anyway, so that said, kind of along with that, I noticed and I apologize because you went over so much information, which I do appreciate, but on your slide, you had there a focus group and surveys for a process for review and feedback. Could you clarify to us who was included in those focus groups and surveys? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for the question and for the comments. So we had a group of central office staff, school athletic director, and representation from both middle school and high school as part of our committee led by Mr. Fitz. Started in June and July as we worked through plans to develop a reentry into both high school athletics and what the eventual reentry into what middle school athletics that we shared tonight. That was the focus group that's referenced, the committee that was referenced in my talking points earlier. Additionally, Mr. Fitz had a focus group of select number of principals from the middle school level where we collected information and surveyed those principals. This was in late November, early December. And I don't know if Mr. Fitz is on, if he would like to share any more information about that survey or about the communication with those principals. We did also, after that initial survey, ask some questions of middle school athletics and their middle school athletic directors and principals and their ability to be prepared to welcome students on campus in any capacity rather than having no middle school athletics, which has been a decision of some other districts across the state. We wanted to be able to offer a balance of offering an opportunity rather than no opportunity. Mr. Fitz.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. What you shared as far as the focus group that we have, we did want to pull a lot of principals just to have conversations about topics and restrainers as it relates to what it would look like in the middle school setting for athletics. And so with those conversations and gathering that feedback, we were able to really share more information with senior leadership that would really get us drill down into where we are with the opportunity for us to at least participate in field development and drills and districts. So they could still participate in athletics, still not the full form of athletics as we're accustomed to, but yet this is the sweet spot to allow us this opportunity.
Okay, I could kind of hear, I don't know about everyone else, part of that, it kind of went in and out for me. I don't know, but I guess I was trying to hear it, and maybe again, it went in and out. Were there any student athletes involved with any of the communication or families? As far as, the feedback and surveys, sorry, I apologize again, but it went in and out. So if you said already, I apologize.
No, ma'am, we did not have any parent feedback, or we did not student regarding the plans that we were having in place for middle school.
Okay, so that's what I got at that time. All right, and that would be a piece that I would, just ask in the moving forward if we could look at including students and families. Thank you.
I wanted to maybe clarify a little bit. Ms. Carter, I don't know that, and if you notice on slide 26, these were really tentative plans that were being shared with the board. I don't know that and Superintendent Moore, correct me if I'm wrong, if technically a decision had been made and communicated to parents. I think there's been some effort that was ongoing to try to ensure that there was some level of athletic participation at the middle schools, but as the issue around equity was somewhat of a barrier in terms of, again, the transportation access, students being in different cohorts, and how we'd be able to field competitive teams with a barrier around equity. It became more and more clear that being able to do that was difficult. But I think some of that was beginning to be socialized with parents.
Let me just
there wasn't a decision.
Right. We sent some information to principals just prior to the break, which we also sent to the board prior to the break, that included information and rationale around why this direction, we would be headed in this direction. I do believe a couple of you pinged us on it. And so as schools and principals then have that information, and ADs, likely that sharing of information has just happened. But, everything we do this year starts in one place and sometimes moves to a different place, right? If there's one thing that we know for sure is that things are subject to change. And so while we had this goes in both directions, having a plan for a full slate of athletics in middle school for second semester, looking at this time based on the fact that we are beginning and we will be in rotations, the difficulty of implementing that across all three rotations and those logistics, looking at this as an alternative to continue athletic participation and an opportunity to engage while not interscholastic in competition. And the possibility that maybe that could change also as we move forward, and depending on what happens in the next few months. And that would be great if we could bring something back prior to the end of the school year on an even more limited basis. But we're running out of time with that, right? And so, what the constant has been that we change, we look at our data, we look at what we can do, we might do something different, we pull back, we move forward. And I think that is just being responsive to what we see around us and what we're able to do at any given point in time. So there was, the intent of providing this information to schools was so that they would know what the plan was at this time for second semester, because it was different than what had been communicated prior. And to, of course, with the email prior to the break, to let the board know that that was the direction in which we were headed.
So I think to your point, Mrs. Cash, that the skills development piece, that this allows for the opportunity for the skills development to still take place through practices and sessions and that sort of thing. So students will still be able to learn how to hit, learn how to field, learn how to catch, learn how to tackle or block or what have you, but not in a interscholastic school-to-school competition, but still allows students the opportunity to practice and learn some of the fundamentals and skills is what this does.
Well, that's my hope.
To the ability that we can. So, Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you. And, there comes a time when you realize there's no point standing on the edge of the ocean and howling at the waves, because they're going to keep coming. So, it seems pretty clear the direction that the district wants to go in this area, but I do want to offer just a little bit of feedback. We did get some communications about athletics prior to the winter break, but the tone of the communication was very aspirational. Here are the good things that we're going to try to do about offering athletics, as opposed to anywhere in the communication, we are not going to do these things. You see, and maybe that was just my reading of it, but as I scan it, it never says there will not be organized team activity, only that we're excited to be able to offering some skill development, some intramurals. And so I think that communication, while I think it's good to stress the positive, maybe doesn't adequately address where we are. I'd like to see more communication because there are a lot of upset parents, there are some upset coaches, there are a number of disappointed student athletes out there who are trying to understand why high school athletes and high school teams will be able to compete that are on the same cohort model as middle schools. And they don't understand if this is impossible at the middle school level, why it's possible at the high school level. And that needs to be adequately communicated and explained. And if it has been explained and we just don't get it, well, then we need to explain it again so we do get it and we do understand. If it's a health and safety issue, then obviously that has to come first. But it's the disconnect, I think, between high school and middle school that has a lot of people asking a lot of questions that don't understand it. I'll be honest, I'm even a little confused from our work session conversation to our discussion around the board table. And if I could get some clarification, it sounded to me like the offering was that we will offer skill development, and there's the potential that we could perhaps have intramurals. But it sounded here like everyone said, we're really excited that we're going to have intramurals. So I'd like some clarification. If we know at this point, will we have intramurals or not? Are we just going to try to have intramurals? Just where are we? And then the last thing I'll say is that, for many families and many athletes, school athletics do offer an opportunity for their children to participate in some of these activities in a way that's affordable. Whereas where there are other families that can pay for private options, private training, club teams, things like that, that they're paying for out of their pocket. Sometimes these school athletics really are an equalizer. So whatever we are able to offer, I appreciate the fact that we are continuing to offer something. But if you could clarify about the intramurals, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Haggerty. I appreciate your comments and your question. To your question specifically about offering intramurals versus skill development, as I referenced in the work session, the interim guidance document from the Department of Health and Human Services dated on December 8th of 2020 indicates, based on a color chart, what sports are safe to be played and in what manner. So in our plan at this point would be to offer skill development for the sports that are considered high risk and are in red, which would be football and basketball and competitive cheer at this point in time. Those are three of the sports that we offer at middle school level that would be considered high risk, would be skill development and conditioning workouts, practices only, while maintaining 6 feet of social distancing and not being in direct contact with each other. The other sports that we offer are not considered high risk at this point in time. Those are soccer, softball, both men's and women's soccer, softball, track and field, and volleyball at the middle school level, which we would be able to offer at this point in time intramural activities in those sports. If the information from the Department of Health and Human Services were to indicate differently, and they were to move to a situation where basketball, football, and cheer are no longer considered high risk or moved to a yellow or a green indication on their chart, we would feel at that point in time that we could pivot and offer intramurals in those sports as well.
Thank you, Mr. Coe. And please don't misunderstand me. I mean, I'm very appreciative of all of the work that you're doing to be able to offer some athletics to our students this year in the environment that we're in. And I know there are a number of districts that can't. I just, want to help our parents understand the issue and really what's behind the decisions. Thank you for your work.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Have we actually clarified to the parents why we can't do it at the middle school, that it's because of the cohorts and why are cohorts different in middle school than high school? And I mean, have we talked about exactly why we're not doing it for middle school?
So we haven't any communication to parents. The communication was only to principals and athletic directors prior to the break as indicated by Superintendent Moore, for planning purposes, and so that they could start to understand if they needed to do work over the break to prepare for interscholastic athletics, what the offerings may be. So there has not been anything from the district communicated directly to parents at this point in time. But to your question about some reasoning behind the difference, we understand that at the middle school level, so many students are rely on transportation to and from the school building by busing. And all of our middle school practices and competitions in a normal year take place immediately after the school day. Our high schools, student athletes, have much more access to transportation because they drive and they have teammates who may drive and transport this. So a great lens on the equity and the opportunity for all students was a big portion of the discussion whenever we determined to offer only to the students who are on campus at that point in time, as to not create further inequities for our underserved populations who may not have the opportunity to transportation to the school building to participate when they're not in cohort.
That's helpful. That was the clarification I was looking for. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you for that discussion. Thank you for the clarification and the questions around athletics. That takes us to the last portion of the work session agenda, which was around the second semester opening. Superintendent Moore gave an overview, a summary of our second semester plan for returning to in-person instruction. That is on slide 28. And just a quick review with K-12 regional programs being daily in-person instruction, along with pre-K3 and grades 4 and 5 daily in-person, and then grades 6 to 8 and 9 through 12 of middle school and high school grades starting with a 3-week rotation. You see there the drivers and all that she mentioned at that point. And so at this time, I entertain any questions or discussion around the second semester opening and any changes or thoughts about that. But that is the plan that was recommended by staff, voted on by the board last month. That is our current plan for returning to in-person instruction for second semester. Ms. Kushner, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. And I think we've been really clear about our focus on January 20th, this 2-week, the January 4th to January 15th remote learning was, I think, a consensus of the board, because we want to make sure we're focused on a successful second semester opening. That said, the one piece of the plan that has weighed on me is the grades 4th through 5th coming back daily because of the increasing prevalence of COVID in our community, because, and we are hearing from conflicting, a variety of opinion about 4th and 5th grade, but hearing from teachers who are letting us know that their 4th and 5th grade classes are large because of the K-3 class size, which we've also been talking about for several years. We have had larger 4th and 5th grade. I don't need to tell you that, Superintendent Moore, you know all that. So the doing the 3 W's, the 6 feet apart, is challenging in those classes. And so I really want to consider, I would like us to consider having 4th and 5th grade come back in cohorts on the 20th, if only for the first 3 weeks, to continue in cohorts starting January 20th, and those, so that our elementary schools can phase in again, just so that we can be successful at the elementary level in 4th and 5th grade, following the protocols at those 2 grade levels. So that's been weighing on me, and I want to make sure that I express that tonight. And also, I was glad to hear from Superintendent Moore the prioritization of educators with the vaccine, that she's talking with the county about having I like the layered ideas of having some of our higher needs teachers get further to the front of the line for getting vaccinated, because I think that is also another concern about from our staff and our educators in the classroom, that they want, they're seeking the vaccine. And then my final the comment would be that I've also appreciated Superintendent Moore sending us today the work that she's doing with some of our state leaders around the in-person testing for EOGs, having our students come to school during our remote learning to take these tests. So thank you for sending that to us, so that we know that the district's working with state leaders and other advocates to see if we can change that policy, because we are hearing from the community about concerns for EOCs and EOGs, students having to come in person. So thank you.
So if it's okay, let me just address the bird walk on testing first for our public. We've had a number of emails, especially as we get closer to the mid-semester exams that are scheduled for most of our high schools next week, with parents who continue to express concerns about the fact that the state is requiring students to take state tests in person. Every single possible test that we can possibly make as a teacher-made exam can be done virtually. But the ones that are state tests, the state Department of Public Instruction has determined that those need to be taken in person. What we have outlined for parents thus far as options are: students can come in and take the tests as scheduled. They can defer the test until June if they'd like to wait that long. We know that there's hair on that in terms of waiting that long, because the course will have been completed now and they wouldn't be testing until June. And there is also a process whereby parents can submit for medical exemption if they believe that they qualify for that, and there's a process for that. So we've communicated all of those options to families. The other option that I was asked about today is whether or not there is a way to provide a makeup testing opportunity, and it might be later, but not as late as June. And so we're obviously going to explore that, and I've got Brad McMillan and Drew Cook sitting on the edge of their seat waiting for this question to come up, since you guys asked me about it this afternoon, to give any potential update on where we are or what that might look like, because our families would need to know ASAP.
Yeah, I'd be happy to start with that, and I'll let Drew fill in anything that I leave off or that he feels like he wants to add. Beyond the normal makeup window at the end of a fall semester, which generally runs a couple of weeks into the following semester, that's usually for kids who are absent for whatever reason. There are some opportunities within that window generally to take a test as well. But the state has actually granted us pretty wide open flexibility with how we can assess students this year. So for students who are required to take those tests, we can test them outside of that window at virtually any time between now and the end of June if we wanted to. The concern from a school perspective is they need to put some kind of an end to the fall testing at some point, because the staff and the spaces and the devices that are being used for that are going to be needed for second semester instruction as school opens up and new classes are in there, because every test administration session requires a certified staff member to run that session for, even if it's just one student. But if we needed to say, because of concerns about numbers of students being able to come in, say open up another week in like March or April, that schools could dedicate to testing to get more kids have that opportunity. We have the flexibility to do that in the state if we need to at any point during the semester. Early returns so far from the schools that did end of course and CTE testing in the fall, for example, Knightdale High School of Collaborative Design, Wake Early College, North Wake College and Career Academy, et cetera. Those schools prior to the break, because they did their testing in the middle of December, saw about 85 to 95% of kids report for those in-person sessions. So, which was, I think, more than we were really expecting. Granted that that's only a small sample of schools, and some of them we're dealing with small numbers. I think the plan at this point is to look to see what happens next week, how many kids are comfortable coming back, how many kids are going to request medical exemptions, and then consider creating more flexibilities during the spring semester as needed, depending on what those numbers look like once we get a chance for those to come in and have us take a look at those. So, Drew, if there's anything else you'd like to add, I'll hand it off to you at this point.
No, I think you covered it, Brad.
I really think what will need to happen very soon is if we are in fact going to offer a different window, and I don't want the point that Brad was making to be lost, that we don't want end of course or CTE state testing to be happening all second semester. So what we may want to do, though, is designate another makeup period that's not into June, but later in this, like between third and fourth quarter or something along those lines. But if that's where, we're hearing from parents, we understand that concern. We're glad that we're able to, based on some clarifications we got today, provide a little bit more flexibility. We just need to figure out how to sort of operationalize that and make a decision and get that information to families and schools right away. And so I thank you, Ms. Kushner, for asking that question. It's wasn't part of the presentation, but there were lots of questions that are coming up. I know you're getting emails because we're getting closer to that period. So I appreciate the question. And then to the other question that you asked about 4th and 5th grade and beginning that discussion amongst board members in terms of if there is a change that we might want to make. I just want to let the board know, obviously we have a structure for rotations that's in place if we needed to pick that up, but because the high school remains in rotations and middle school does as well, but that is not a recommendation that staff has brought forward, so look forward to that discussion from the board.
And Ms. Kushner, I wanted to be clear on what you were asking to be considered, and that was for grades 4 and 5 to come back in a 3-week rotation, but to do just one rotation and then go into daily in-person after one 3-week rotation?
That would be my minimal, suggestion for us to discuss, to have them stay in rotation at least for one more cycle as 3 cohorts.
Okay. Dr. Martin.
So I would like to concur with the issue. I think I would like to suggest that we be a little bit more careful, I think, with regard to the 3 Ws than just one rotation. I think it's absolutely critical for us to follow all 3 Ws. I've been clear on that since day one of this discussion. And that's the commitment that I would like us to be able to make, that we will adhere to all 3 Ws until such time as the vaccine is available to our teachers, because that's, I believe, when it will be safe to begin to, address the issues. I think depending on what we do with 4 or 5 can give schools a little bit of elbow room flexibility to deal with the cases where we have distancing issues in K3. I don't think, with the class size mandate has allowed the distancing to be functional in most of our K3 places, our pre-K3, but not all. But I think it's critical for us because if we want to maximize the opportunity to stay in person to the greatest extent, I believe we have to follow all 3 Ws. That's what ABC Collaborative has said. That's what everybody says, is that you have the greatest success if you follow all of these criteria. So I guess I'm not a big fan of rotations. People all know that. I wish we would have started earlier to think about planning where, we would make use of all spaces in our buildings. Rotations may be a way to go. Even before the break, I requested that staff come back with a plan where we actually had that kind of distance. I think rotations is the easiest. Ms. Cash and I have had a lot of conversation about this, that, rotations are frustrating. Can we find alternative spaces in the community? As Ms. Cash has indicated, some churches have said they'd open up their spaces, what have you. That would require additional personnel. Right. We'd need to potentially stand up that kind of a volunteer corps. We're not going to do that in a short time frame, but I think we do need to be creative. For me, it's sort of a minimum is if we go back to a rotation for 4 or 5, that's acceptable, but I kind of think that's the easy way out. I think we need to think about creative strategies that can both maximize in-person instruction and maintain all 3 Ws. And when we talk about the all 3 Ws, I think it's really important that we get away from just sort of a 6 feet linear number, because that's what we're not talking about linear. Viruses don't jump linearly, they jump in an area. If you take a standard 1,000 square foot classroom and you have 35 students in that classroom, your 3 feet distancing is basically what you get with 35 students in a regular classroom. That's about 28 square feet per student. If you have 20 students in that 1,000-person classroom, that gets you close to the 6 feet separation, and that's basically 50 square feet per student. So if we need a number to target, I would argue that we should request that staff put in place a policy, procedure, whatever we want to call it, where we adhere to that W, basically 50 square feet per body in the room, until such time as the vaccines are available, and then we can start relaxing the distance requirement. But with the infection rate on the way up, I just think we're playing with fire if we do not adhere to all 3 Ws. So that would be my request. At a minimum, rotations until a vaccine, but I'd really like to see us be a little bit more creative than that, because I think there are some opportunities out there that we haven't explored fully.
Ms. Mahaffey.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. Walking back a little bit, Superintendent Moore, can you or Mr. Cook or Dr. McMillan walk folks that are listening through that process, or how they can learn about how to obtain a medical exemption if they feel their student?
I'll let Brad answer that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Ms. Mahaffey. I'd be happy to answer that. That's handled at the individual school level. Our school-based test coordinators are trained in how to engage with that process. It's a fairly simple form that just needs to be completed, and then the school submits it to our testing office on behalf of the parent or the student, explaining something about the circumstances as to why that it's not safe for them to come in for in-person testing. And then our testing office processes those and sends them to the state. It's a fairly simple, straightforward process.
So then do they still have to take the test? I mean, they're computer-based tests, correct?
Yeah, we have some schools that still do paper pencil, but either way, you still have to take it inside the walls of the building.
Okay. Thank you. And then I know many of our schools have, in the topic of 4th and 5th grade, have gotten pretty creative in moving where their 4th and 5th grades are in the building. I know I have one school where, they've moved kids out of the mobile units into spaces inside the building. If we could get maybe some updates from our area superintendents about where, students are located in those buildings, just individually as board members, I think that would help understand the distancing at our schools, because I know that many of them have gotten very creative with that space because they are wanting to have that distance. And Superintendent Moore, you indicated that lunch protocols are being updated. Are we going to see what those are at our next work session on the 12th? Will those be ready for then?
So there's a whether the protocols are updated or not is still like a next step in the review. But there is clearly a need to message, provide additional or even some of the same examples to sort of highlight and underline what's in the guidance already. So we know that piece, but we also may need to change some language or update some guidance. That's still before us. We're not quite sure. But as soon as we have that information, we will share.
Thank you. And I know we had purchased additional masks for staff and students. Have those all come in, or are we waiting on them still?
I do not know if the second round of masks that have been ordered have come in or not, and I do not know if Mark Winters or David Nieder is aware of and can give that update right now.
I would imagine those lovely ones from the state are starting to wear a little thin.
Right, we did order one set already, and then we ordered an additional like 100,000, I believe, so.
Okay.
Ms. Moore?
Yeah.
This is David. I'm trying to start my video and it doesn't want to start. There it is. I do not know whether that's the second round of the cloth masks and sizes and colors are in. But that said, I believe we still, even though they've been distributed to schools, we still have additional masks in the warehouse that have been distributed. And also that said, at the high schools, because they have not been in, they should still have their original supplies.
Okay, thank you.
David, I will say we've received a round of 30,000 masks, and we have another 96,000 that should be in by the end of this month.
Okay. And are those just for staff, or are we getting more for our students as well?
So those are the cloth masks for staff. We have received a round of masks for the students too, especially in the elementary schools.
Okay, thank you. And then in regards to kind of lunch spaces and fourth and fifth and that spacing, you know, I do have some concerns with lunch and those larger number of students being in a room. And so I do have some curiosities of does that protocol look different for those larger class sizes during lunch when students are not wearing masks? And we've seen that the rise in community spread does impact our staffing and the accessibility to maintain an adult in the building for our students. So I'm hoping and I'm encouraging our community members to please, you know, if you are wanting to get your kids into the building, encourage your friends and your family members to follow the protocol so that we can get this to happen, because if we continue to have staffing issues where we can't find substitutes because we have folks who are having to quarantine, we're going to be, well, we've discussed, you know, closing classes, closing schools, closing grade levels for staffing issues. And that's a lot of inconsistency as well during this year for our students and for our staff. And that's more of a comment than a question.
I want to go back to a question or comment that you asked earlier about getting a handle on or information, updated information about how our elementary schools are handling or what they might be doing in response to fourth and fifth grade classes coming in on Plan A. You know, we contemplated some of that when we asked our elementary school principals some survey questions a few weeks back, and what they were clear about is that on Plan A, if 6 feet were recommended, that they would not be able to implement that, and that I think is, regardless of any changes they're already making. For example, second and third grade classrooms might move into some smaller spaces because those class sizes are limited and smaller by mandate. But the second and third grade places, the spaces where the second and third grade classrooms have been were bigger, so you would move fourth and fifth in there. And then some of those moving of pieces is happening already in schools. But notwithstanding that, I think the principals were pretty clear that for fourth and fifth grade, that it was important that we communicate to the community and families that in Plan A, it would not be 6 feet of social distancing, because that's not required in Plan A, but they wanted to make sure that parents and families understood that. So I think I said that like 3 times in one meeting. But that hasn't changed. So.
Okay. Mrs. Scott.
Thank you. And I appreciate Ms. Mahaffey asking about the changes, and Superintendent Moore, I appreciate you highlighting that there's a need for communicating best practices around lunchtime for schools. But that's That's been a huge concern of mine from this all along when we started bringing students back in. And one of the reasons why I've asked about it, I think at nearly every meeting, is what do those procedures look like? How are they in place? And then, it's really concerning to not hear, consistent, what are these best practices? Because they do vary so greatly from school to school. Some schools have larger cafeterias, they're able to utilize those. And of course, that's going to be different from some schools who have more students who are in virtual academy versus more students who are in the building, either cohorts or those who've chosen, or those grades that are in Plan A. So I remain frustrated with that because that's a concern. That's the one time, you have to take your mask off to eat. And I just remain really, really concerned about that. And I hope that we can hear the specific information, the exact information, the precise information that we've learned from the cluster that we had, the outbreak. It's incredibly unfortunate. I'm thankful there was only one to this point, but it's a huge concern for me. The question I had was about cleaning supplies, where we are at in cleaning supplies at our buildings, what we have in the warehouse. I know we were thankful for the information presented to us about what had been ordered, but I'm curious what we do have both in the warehouse and what will be in our buildings prior to the reopening of the physical buildings.
Mark, if you're there, I'll start and I'll let you add in. I'm not sure if Nate's online. Ms. Scott, all schools at all levels now are fully supplied with cleaning supplies to be used by both custodial staff, child nutrition staff, and other teaching and administrative staff. They're different types, but they're fully supplied. We are continuing to receive additional supplies and are warehousing them. And we, right before the December break, using CARES funding, which at the time we thought would only be good through the end of December, which now we have learned would not have expired. We've ordered enough cleaning supplies and then related to that PPE materials that we estimate will take us all the way through if not through the end of the school year, then June, very close to it.
And gloves?
Gloves are, Mark, I'll let you add there. That's the hardest thing to get at this point.
Yes, we have ordered somewhere around 700,000 gloves and received the majority of them and redistributed to some schools. We're continuing to order because of the vaccination period. We feel like we're going to start having a tough way to order gloves again. And we think the market supply is going to reduce greatly. I will say sometime in December, and I think I sent this to Superintendent Moore, we refreshed all the cleaning supplies. We sent new rounds of wipes, and we sent the barrels, the 55-gallon barrels of cleaning supplies to every school. So every school should have a barrel of cleaning along with additional wipes.
And I'll just add one additional thing. Something else we're working on. Mark actually led a group of some of his staff from purchasing, Nate from maintenance. There were a couple area superintendents and I believe 4 principals, not so much to look at the stuff side of things, the PP and the actual cleaning supplies, but to look at establishing standards for how they should be used and when they should be used and when they do not need to be used. And I believe they made significant progress, and you'll hear more about that probably in the coming weeks.
Thanks for that. And just a comment on the proposal or the suggestion that Ms. Kushner mentioned, I absolutely share that concern. So I'm not an epidemiologist. I mean, none of us are. And my frustration that is to no one's fault, but the information that we receive from the ABC Science Collaborative, these studies, these are all based on, it's not what we see now in the numbers. It's not what we see in our testing results. It's not what we have seen in where we are at as a country, but even right here in Wake County, because that's what we need to focus on. We have not seen numbers this high. We have not seen this many people hospitalized. I still believe in the safety that can occur when you are careful, when you wear a mask, when you wash your hands, and when you keep your distance. I very much believe in that. But I also think we're looking at a very, very different reality right now. And it's very hard for me to see 28, 29 fifth graders in a classroom. Fifth graders who are often taller than their teachers. May I remind you? I mean, these are not small children, and it's very concerning to me. And I wanted to just share that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson-Osborne?
Thank you. I will start where you left off, and that is, I certainly share the concerns with our fourth and fifth graders, given they are large. They're large people, and the classes are also large likewise. And as was just mentioned, some of those classes have 20-plus students in them right now, even in their cohorts. And so, yep, I do. I have some fourth graders who have 20-plus kids right now in their cohort classroom. So if that's already existing right now in the cohort, and we're still talking about, how do we change and implement lunch protocols to reduce the possibility of having another cluster, those, again, I go back to, as somebody who's always advocated to the more information, the earlier for parents, the better. But then I also keep reminding us that things are very different. And information comes differently. I personally would feel differently if I didn't know that even in cohorts we have fourth and fifth graders classes who have 20-plus kids in them now. That's currently a reality in our cohort model. How do we, I guess for me, given the current numbers and the fact that, and I, again, appreciate the work of the ABC Collaborative, but technically we're the only large district in school. And so we're trying to compare ourselves to a conglomerate of small districts who, by definition of their size, are operating very differently. I mean, most of these small districts are not looking at fourth and fifth grade classes across the entire school district with 20-plus students in a classroom right now while we still have kids on virtual academy. And so again, the struggle of reconciling that is still a reality, and I'm, of course, still open to what options can we put in place to mitigate, because I do believe that the 3 Ws are invaluable. And again, we also know that the older our students are, some of them are already experiencing puberty, which totally already puts them in a very different category of susceptibility than their 5-year-old counterparts who are in the same building. So for me, those are just all the things that I think we have to kind of grapple with when making a decision about returning. And I think that for me is the biggest thing. I will also go back and to PPE and just make a comment, not a question. That is, even once we get vaccinations, it is not going to be likely that people are not still going to obsessively clean surfaces. So Mark, I know we got all these competitions with market share, but I certainly think that we are going to have to still consider, we are going to still need to continue to order supplies. And yes, we can put practices in place, but the reality, as I said, is truth versus what people feel. You can't change those things. And people feel fear. And therefore, at the very least, we have to acknowledge that there's going to be some continuation of obsessively cleaning, even once we have vaccination. So I certainly want to add that if we think we can get to June or close to June, then I would recommend we probably need to order more supplies sooner than later if we're anticipating people will slow down on using cleaning supplies. I can't imagine that's going to be the case, given just the basic number of people who are still expressing their fears. And fear is reality, like it or not. And so I just want to add that comment when we talk about PPE is I don't think you're going to convince people not to keep cleaning. Thank you.
Ms. Cash?
So I haven't changed my position. And I hope you'll listen. I hope everybody will listen to me with an open mind. I at the time we said we were going to pause, I was going to vote against that. And Superintendent Moore, I said, I will agree if we can come back with some innovative, creative ideas to get our kids back to what we had planned on doing. And I'm not necessarily getting that right now. And the fact is that when I get an email that says, let's keep our kids at home, in what world do we live that most of our kids get to stay home with a parent? Most of our kids that are not in virtual academy are going to be with a sibling that can help them facilitate. They're going to go to a care center where there's going to be probably 40 kids in class with them, so we're not going to stop the spread with those kids. And they're not getting any sound facilitators with them. There was two things I think I talked about. The proposal was, number one, if we give autonomy to some of our schools to do, if they can teach their kids, and Mr. Sutton's going to help me with this, but the fact is, like, I have one school that is almost 80% free and reduced lunch. If when they're remote, they are about 30% are not getting online in that school. And that principal feels like they would do better staying open with all of their kids. And so I don't understand, like, if there's a child not getting online, but they will come to the classroom, and they do have a teacher that will actually come to the classroom and teach them, I just cannot think of any good reason not to teach that child in person. And so we have so many kids that are not getting on remote. I'd hope that even if we could at least break these classes and have a facilitator, and I don't want to be misconstrued and say somebody saying to me, well, any warm body can do this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there needs to be a teacher teaching, but at least a on-grade level facilitator that can help these kids remotely, because when a 4th and 5th grader goes into great child care programs that we have with the FAST program, they're in a classroom with K through 5 and maybe 6, 7, 8. There is no way they're online. They can't facilitate that. So we need to have grade level facilitators with these 4th and 5th graders, or they're just going to be behind, because the majority of those kids are not going to be home with parents. The virtual academy may, but the rest of them are not. So I still go back to the position that the 4th and 5th graders need to be in full time. If we have to be creative in how we break them out and have a facilitator with helping them be on remote, then we should be very creative about that. I know it's not easy, but I don't think it's impossible. So I cannot support 4th and 5th graders being out in rotation any longer, because the kids that are not at home just don't have the ability to be online well. And in some of our most challenged schools, that's where the kids are not going on. And those kids are getting further and further behind, and yet some of those principals feel they would rather put K-5 back in, and they have the staff to do it. So if we can't do it across the board, then we should at least try to let the schools that can do it. And I'm talking, it's usually the ones that have the most challenged population that feel like they need to be in there. So I cannot support sending these 4th and 5th graders back out on 3-week rotations.
And I appreciate everything you said, Ms. Cash, but I was just curious if you the feedback that you shared about students not logging in, that's happening at a higher rate at our schools that have higher numbers of students receiving free and reduced lunch. Do we have access to that data? I don't remember receiving that, so I just wondered.
It's through, okay, so through some conversation, but what it would make, and it always makes sense to me what they tell me, it's probably true. It would make sense to me that most of our challenged kids aren't able to get remotely on.
And I can understand that. I just wondered if that was something.
Well, I have a couple schools that have that, and I think Activate Good is trying to help with them do some reach out to their families because we can't reach all those families. So I can give you those schools, but I just don't know how to help these kids that can't get on remotely, and they're going into care centers with a lot more kids than will be in the classroom with them. So my hope was that we would come back with something creative to help the 4th and 5th graders be in. It didn't mean we'd necessarily have a teacher with them, but at least they'd be spaced and have a facilitator that's on grade level helping them. That's all.
So if I could just expand, I think, on what it is that Ms. Cash is talking about, because a number of our schools are planning to implement this type of model in order to reduce that class size, but they don't all have the same level of resources. Title I schools have funds from which they can hire more people. Or magnet schools may have some additional positions because of their programming. So there's different reasons that you in terms of how you use your personnel, or decisions that have been made at the school level about how principals hire for their allotment. And so what Ms. Cash is talking about is there may be schools that have class sizes for 4th and 5th grade that are in the 30 range, but they have classrooms available in the building because of the number of students that are in Virtual Academy, so they are using their additional staff in a more creative way in the building, and there are schools that are doing this and planning to do this, but it's not widespread across the district. And so, and I think that I'm sure that a lot of them are doing it. If what you're wanting to know is exactly how many can implement that sort of strategy and to what extent it is supporting what they need. And that is what in some of our, like these additional folks that are coming into the building, the 70 that are coming into Title I schools and low-performing schools could be used in that capacity as well, likely. So that is a strategy that, because there are spaces in the building, because of the number of students that are signed up for Virtual Academy, that schools will be implementing. We could check to see how many are actually doing so and who just can't do it. And if that's I'm guessing it's likely a resource issue, or how the school has chosen to create their master schedule in the elementary school. But that is a responsibility that's left at the school level. But they have been given access. They've talked to each other. They've had PLT sessions with their colleagues where they've discussed the strategies that they're using. I think that on the other side of that, there are going to be some classrooms that do have that higher number of students in them. So
that's why just across the board decision to close even restart schools that can do well with the kids, which is some of them, then I don't see why we would do that, because. And there are some that have enough staff, because we talked that one of the reasons that I thought we were not going to open, we're taking a break, was because of staffing, and some of them do have enough staff that are willing to come in and work. So again, some of those are schools that have a lot of challenges and a high free and reduced lunch, and those kids are going to really be at odds by not being in school.
Mrs. Carter.
All right. Well, I just have some concerns because, before the other vote to make this pause, it was made pretty clear that the intent was to keep the current plan for second semester. And I do have concerns about making adjustments to the plan for in-person, just because I am hearing from so many for the need to have that in person for students, and it could be of various reasons. But I also am hearing the concerns. I just had hoped that we would have been more proactive at looking at ways to move forward with the plan in a way that was the safest way possible for our staff and students. From what I'm hearing, it's kind of a mixed gamut at this point, really, is from, and I'm disappointed by that, because I really had hoped we'd all and kind of get creative in utilizing spaces and utilizing staff. And the one thing, and I know this may create another issue, but I know there are some spaces in buildings that are being utilized by staff that are teaching virtually only, because that's part of the requirement for if you're a virtual, academy teacher. And some student teachers or staff, that is what they are covering, and only covering virtual. And they are utilizing some spaces. So I don't know, is that something we want to look at, saying, maybe they can work telework? Then that creates issues. But because I've been through, I think, 9 schools. I've been at lunches. I have seen a wide variety of things occurring. They've gotten creative. I'll give them that. And it goes to your point, it just varies by school. Which is, I understand different needs, but at the time it can also create issues. So, but anyway, throwing all that out there, but just something I know that might create some equity concerns around virtual academy only teachers being able to telework. But if that means, because I've seen some and they're utilizing an entire classroom, I don't know. I just want to throw it out there and say, could we allow some virtual look at allowing staff that are covering virtual academy only classes, or if some schools, because again, this goes school by school, I understand. But there are some staff members that only cover remote, not just VA, but remote students. So would that be another option for them to be able to telework if they're not already, because some of them may be. But I just want to see if that's something we could look at, and what type of impact that could have on our ability to spread students out, classes out, and give us the opportunity to increase our in-person instruction. I don't know, just.
Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you. I do want to talk about the proposal that's out there, but first I have to go back to something that was brought up by some of my colleagues, and I need maybe staff clarification on this. It was said we have classes with 28 to 29 students in cohorts. How is that possible? Because if the cohorts are roughly a third of the class size, and I have the listing of our elementary schools and their virtual academy enrollments. Some in my district are as high as 70% of the schools in virtual academy. Other parts of the county, it's as low as 30%. But even taking out as few as a third of those students, I know we've had trouble structuring classes because of staffing issues, not spacing issues. But with 3 cohorts and virtual academy, how is it that we would have any 4th or 5th grade class with close to 30 students?
I can only speak to the parents I've talked to in my district. It's because their schools have chosen to do their cohort by teacher, not splitting your class and my class in thirds, but I go first cohort, you go second cohort. So I still have all of my students in my class on cohort 1.
Is that common through the district, or?
I don't know that anybody else online can speak to this. I do not know if it's common. I do know that what Ms. Johnson-Hausler said is that it facilitates how they engage the remote week students and/or virtual academy potential if teachers are split. And anybody else that's online is welcome to provide additional info if they have it.
I think it's safe to say, just based on some survey data that we collected from schools back in the fall, that practice is few and far between. It is not something that's widespread. I think we find it more typical at schools, to your point, that have lower virtual academy enrollment numbers. And so I've heard the number at a time or two over 20. I haven't heard it necessarily up around 28 or 29, but I do think it's fair to say it does exist, but it is not widespread.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. So I know in some of my elementary schools, those 4th and 5th grade classes have had as few as 8 students in the cohort. But if we're getting close to 30 students, I mean, that does go to the concerns that you have about physical distancing. And so, I mean, I don't know that I'm prepared to vote on anything tonight, but I would like to see more information come to us at our next meeting about what our 4th and 5th grade class sizes actually are. Because, again, I was going from what was reported to me from parents and teachers at the schools in my district, of much smaller numbers. But if countywide, we are getting 4th and 5th grade classes, even in rotations, of that high, and then looking at a plan where everyone would be coming back for daily face-to-face instruction, how large are these classes expected to be? In some cases, where are these classes expected to be? I know Leesville Elementary, the upper grades are in the trailers, the mobile classrooms, the cottages of excellence, whatever we're going to call them, right? But they're in confined spaces. And again, like as Ms. Mahaffey said, some schools are being very creative, putting those students into larger areas, whether they're splitting libraries or other things. But, I mean, if it's feasible, could staff come back to us and give us a better picture of what these 4th or 5th grade classes look like? Because that would make all the difference in the world to me as to how safe or unsafe these situations are.
And I would agree, and if it is few and far between, and those issues can be addressed with a push for more creativity. One school in my district, for an example, is putting all their 4th or 5th graders, I can't remember, but they're all going in the media center. So they're able to, it's a creative way of having the social distance and the numbers. So I like Mr. Hegarty's ideas that if they are, and if Mr. Cook can confirm that it is fewer issues, I do want our students to be back in school. Particularly, our high schoolers, Ms. Carter has pointed out, our high schoolers have been out since March, really focused on a strong start on the 20th for second semester. So, and I understand that the next time we meet is the 19th, which is the day before the 20th. So I understand, Mr. Chair, that I'm putting you in a situation we may need to have further discussions. Because again, we want to inform our parents and don't want to, surprise any families. So, but at the same time, I felt I needed to express concerns I'm getting from, one school in my district, which may be an outlier. Thank you, Mr. Hegarty.
And just to follow the thread from Ms. Johnson-Hassler and Mr. Hegarty's questions, if a class right now in 4th and 5th grade is on the cohort rotations looking at 20 to 20 plus kids, that is likely the full class. When they come back, that is likely the full class when they come back to full in person. It is not that will be 40 or 50 or 60. That's not what's happening. They've arranged it in a different way.
That's correct in my district. It's literally by teacher. So if I have 24 kids, then all 24 kids are with me on cohort 1. And again, I'm like Ms. Kushner, we may just have outlier schools, and that would be important to know.
So, Ms. Haggerty, did you have another comment or question? Was that?
I mean, at this point, and given the hour, I think a lot of the comments that have been said, I mean, are definitely valid. That we need to, we have a plan in place. We have needs. We have students that are suffering, that are having a lot of trouble with virtual learning. Our high school students, to have that opportunity to come back into an environment where they can have some face-to-face instruction is very important. But I would like to explore this issue a little further of what our 4th and 5th grade classes would look like, because again, it sounds like there's some strong disparities between what's going on in my neighborhoods and what's going on in Ms. Johnson Hosler's neighborhoods.
Okay. So I hear some mixed opinion. I think I heard you say, Ms. Carter, that you were a little disappointed, and it's a little bit mixed, but I think board members are really sharing their concerns and representing what they're hearing in their schools and in their districts, and that's fair. There was no plan to vote on this tonight, so there will not be a vote on changing the current recommendation. That still is where it is at this point. But it is pretty clear, Superintendent Moore, that there is a request to try to get some more information, definitive information around what our 4th and 5th grade classes look like. I don't know what that would involve and how soon you all can gather that information. The sooner, the better. And I think at this point, our coming back at some point in the next week or so, prior to the 19th or 20th, to at least share that information and then go from there in terms of making a decision. I don't hear strong desire to change any other aspects of the second semester program other than looking at 4th and 5th grade. So if you can gather that information, let us know how soon. Let me know how soon that can be pulled together, and then we can look at a time to come back and share that information with the board, and then see if there is, at that point, appetite to make a change. But as it stands right now, the second semester plan is what it currently is until we can gather some more information around 4th and 5th grade.
Yes.
Fair?
I mean, I'm trying to, I may need to reiterate as when we get to the close of this, what exactly we would bring back next week. So,
I think just have that information in terms of as realistic or actual picture as we can in terms of both the number of classes, I guess, number of students, how many might be above that 20 plus threshold, and then perhaps some best practices and how some of the schools are handling innovations around that utilizing space, be it libraries, what have you. So I'm thinking that maybe similar to what we did when we first had the K-3 class size mandate, and there was a quick assessment done of how principals were utilizing space, what those numbers look like, and how they're utilizing space in an innovative way. Okay.
I think what we're headed towards is looking at we've asked our principals previously what their classes look like. What other strategies are they using to reduce their class presence? They have staff to do that, and to what extent? Figuring out a way to ask that question. I do think the point that was made earlier about the extent to which if a change in the assignment space of how we are currently asking teachers who are only doing virtual academy, if that supports having additional spaces in which to move 4th and 5th graders or something along those lines. I'm rolling around in my head the themes that you're talking on, and then how we might craft some questions to get at what's happening in schools as part of what we bring for an update.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, I thought we were also talking, we never made a decision we had to keep our kids 6 feet apart. I know we talked about wanting a policy, but if there are schools that have enough teachers that are willing to come in and teach, but maybe, did we disregard those schools now? Like, they may not be 6 feet apart, but they have enough staff, because at one time I thought it was the school's staffing that was the problem. but they have enough staff to go ahead and have K-5 in.
I'm not sure if I'm saying, I don't know that we're disregarding any schools, so I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question.
Well, when we said we were going to take a pause, I thought we were talking about staffing issues mainly.
That's correct.
But if a school does not necessarily have their 4th and 5th graders 6 feet apart, but have teachers that are willing to come in and they can staff it, they should be at least talked about as well. They have enough staff to do it, just might not fit the distancing. Never mind.
I think I got your question. I mean, we're not looking at, I think, a distance or anything at this point right now, just trying to get a handle assessment on what our 4th and 5th grade classes look like, and then that might be inherent in the discussion, if I understand your question. Dr. Martin.
So I guess my frustration is we're down to the wire. And I think Ms. Kushner mentioned it, Ms. Johnson-Hussler mentioned it, others have. We've talked about this in private as well. We can't just keep, we're going to look at it and then maybe do something. I mean, we put ourselves into a bind. This is precisely why before the break, I requested that staff bring back a plan that would deal with distancing. I have never said go back to rotations. I think that's the easy way out. I don't think we actually need to change the plan if we would make a commitment to distancing in every situation. As Ms. Carter mentioned again, we've talked about that before. There's absolutely no reason why not everybody's teaching all virtual, right? But if somebody's teaching all virtual, there is no reason why that classroom space can't be opened up, and then we've got to find a way to use that space. Ms. Moore, you rightly said that there are schools who are being creative and dealing with the distance, because I have heard from principals, I've heard from staff that say, look, we've got to find ways to separate because nobody wants to see this thing get out of hand. People are looking for ways to be successful. But this is exactly one of those situations that we should not put back onto individual schools and say, good luck, right? That's a zero-sum model. We do this in education too much. We basically say, what budget will come to us? More, please, more. We're Oliver, right? I mean, what we've got to do is we've got to say, this is our commitment. Now what are we going to do to make that possible? So maybe it is Title I schools that can have more staff that can deal with this. Well, if you don't have that opportunity, what do we as a district need to provide so that it's possible? So I think we need to change our mindset to say, look, this is important. The 3 W's are important. There's not a study that I have seen that says the 3 W's aren't important. So let's accept that the 3 W's are important and then ask, how do we make that happen? I think we all agree that particularly for our young children, it is really important to at least have a significant component of in-person. You can't be sitting, a kindergartner can't be sitting in front of a computer all day, right? So we know that that's important. So let's start with, these are the things that are important. Now let's figure out how to make it happen instead of what we're doing right now that said, oh, sorry, we can't. So, I mean, Ms. Cash and I don't always seem like we're on the same page, but I think we are, right? We're looking for, how do we maximize in-person engagement, and how do we make sure that we adhere to all 3 W's? I believe that is possible. We have to be creative. You know, I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but this is why I said, let's please come back to us with this plan, because we should be talking about that today, because the 20th is coming up the day after our next board meeting. We've put ourselves into a bind again. I find that frustrating. But come back to it. Let's have another board meeting next week. Let's come back with a plan.
So, Dr. Martin, I think that's what I'm asking for, along with some additional information. So I don't think anyone has said that the 3 W's aren't important. It's right here on slide 29, the 3 W's. So we're not saying that the 3 W's are not important. I got to disagree with you on that. What we're simply asking staff to do is to give us more information so that we've got a clearer picture in order to make a decision with the 4th and 5th grade piece. And if there are best practices, strategies that are being employed, like what Ms. Cash has suggested and other board members, and we're finding that we don't have a problem, then the the program, or the current plan would stay. If we need to make some changes, then we would do that at that time with a possible meeting next week or prior to the 20th when school starts.
Respectfully, we don't need more information. We need a plan to make this possible. Right? The more information will be a component of that, yes. But what we need
Right, so
is
I
a
don't see,
plan to
a
make
plan,
it
more
work.
information. I've heard several board members say, we'd like to know more details and more information about what our 4th and 5th grade classes actually look like. I haven't heard anybody say we need another plan.
We need a plan that respects all three, that adheres to all three Ws.
Well, we are saying we need something creative brought to us, not just information. I mean, people are asking for information, and that's great, but I'm expecting something creative that we can keep our 4th and 5th graders in school, distanced if we need to. That's what I said.
I think it's important to reiterate that Plan A does not require 6 feet of social distancing. And our principals have been clear that if we implement Plan A with 4th and 5th graders, they will not be able to adhere to 6 feet of social distancing. And Plan A doesn't require it. If the board wants to agree that the 3 Ws means 6 feet of social distancing, that's a point that I think needs to be clear in how we ask questions of principals of what they are able to do. Because in terms of the creativity that schools may be exercising right now with regards to how they spread their students out, in some cases, the not doing so is because Plan A doesn't require it, not because they don't have the ability to do so or haven't contemplated how to do it, but because Plan A doesn't require it. So I think that's sort of the landscape that's before us in terms of how the board determines what the expectation is of schools. Because if the expectation around the 3 Ws is the 6 feet of social distancing, we have the answer from schools now in terms of already that they're not able to do that in 4th and 5th grade. Some may be able to do it in some cases based on what they've done, and we can go back and push on that between now and when we would meet again to see. But I think, again, the question is, in Plan A, if we are going to hold the standard for the 3 Ws of what's expected in Plan B, I think that's a decision point.
But two things there. One is, well, a couple things. Plan A still recommends distance. It's not required. I think that's really important because a lot of people say Plan A doesn't say distance. No, that's not true. It recommends it. I will again say we ought to get away from just 6 feet of distance. I would say compromise at roughly 50 square feet per student. That's 20 people in a 1,000 square foot classroom. That is more than that is less than 6 feet of distance, but it's 20 people in a 1,000 foot classroom average. Right, it's an area that we're talking about. It's really a volume because even for air exchange is what we're dealing with. So if we roughly figure a 50 square foot per student, 6 feet is a 55 square foot per student. So if we would go roughly a 50 square foot per student, saying that we can't do it on Plan A, I'm 90% sure that is including that all of our people teaching virtually are having their own classroom space. So, like Ms. Carter's point that we've talked about before, we've got to figure out how to do it because it's got to be possible. And if it needs more resources, we go find those resources.
So, I'm not going to sort of belabor the point here, especially at the hour. I think I'm pretty clear on what I'm hearing from the board, and that is concern around the number of students in 4th and 5th grade and our ability to safely distance. I'm not hearing from the board that we need to vote on a standard or what the minimum amount of distance should be. If that is where the board would like to go, I'm happy to entertain that, but that's not what I'm hearing. So at this point, let me pause and call just for a 10-minute recess. It's about 8:57. We've got a few more items to go on the agenda, but we've been going now since 5:30. So I just want to give folks a minute to stand up, stretch, attend the restroom, whatever you need to do, and then let's come back and finish our agenda for the evening. So 10-minute recess at this point. All right, so want to return now from recess and just finish this discussion so that we are, or that Superintendent Moore is clear on the direction from the board in terms of what we're asking for in terms of more information. And then we'll move on to the remainder of the agenda. So, Superintendent Moore, let me open the floor to you. You've heard some of the discussion, so let you ask some questions that might help you determine what you need to do as far as next steps.
So just based on the questions, the concerns, the discussion that's been held, these are the things that I'm sort of balancing in my head. There is an understanding, I think, that we all share that it is important to have students, as many as possible, in class for as often as possible, which is what Plan A contemplates in the return to second semester for K-5. So along those lines, though, there are also concerns that in particular for 4th and 5th grade, because those do not have the class size mandates of K-3, that those class sizes are larger and very much compromise what we do know about the 3 Ws, notwithstanding the fact that in Plan A, that level of social distancing is recommended but not required. The board still has a sense around how can we maximize that social distancing for 4th and 5th grade. And knowing that some schools are looking at ways to do that already, other schools may not be looking at ways to do that because Plan A does not contemplate that it is required, and therefore they're dealing with their existing spaces and not looking at additional solutions. That the board, some of the board members seem to be having some sort of an interest around potentially, and I'm trying to encapsulate all of this into something that is actionable that staff can bring back. So I may mess this up, so please correct me. Could we bring back some sort of a structure that maintains all 4th and 5th graders in full-time instruction in their schools based on those who have chosen, that have not chosen virtual academy? And could we ensure that those 4th and 5th grade class sizes are reduced to something in the vicinity of 20, like Dr. Martin was mentioning? How many additional classrooms would that take? What additional staff would that take? Can schools figure out how to do that within the spaces in their building? And what would the impact be on their virtual academy teachers? If that's what you're asking for, I can bring that. But please add additional pieces to that and dimensions to it as needed.
Can I ask, is there a way that, I mean, I know where this was closed before, but the fact that there are parents now that are saying something about wanting to go into virtual academy, which would help our numbers, but I know it's complicated possibly with how we staff. I mean, probably. I don't know whether that would be helpful or not, because there are students that are wanting to stay at home because they can.
I do think that that is a dimension that has come up in a number of the emails that I have seen as well. And I guess what I'd say about that is the distribution of resources, meaning staff, towards virtual academy. If we were to allow and make some changes based on what's happening in the community and provide some flexibility, especially if we're talking about one-way flexibility at this point for families who may have chosen Plan B, who now are rethinking it and want to go into virtual, which would
One way,
might mean that some of those virtual academy class sizes are a little bit larger than what we've seen already, because if you have to redistribute staff all over again, that becomes a little problematic. But I can add that dimension to what the impact would be as a part of what we would bring next week.
Okay. Ms. Mahaffey.
Thank you. Superintendent Moore, my two questions are, to add to that, are what is the impact on the school if the virtual academy teachers were not on campus? We had a big push in the fall to bring all of our teachers back to the campus so that there could be help during bringing students in, when students are heading home during transition times, and to have those teachers go off campus. What is the impact that it would have on the school? So I'm just saying, what are the, in promoting this, what are the consequences, the unintended consequences that we would be seeing in our schools? And the other piece is, my biggest concern is spacing during times that students are unmasked. And so those times being lunch, being breakfast for students who have breakfast, and during snack. So in looking at the spacing, that's really where my biggest concern is having that 6 feet of distance during lunch and other times that students are unmasked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Martin.
And Superintendent Moore, I really appreciate your summary. I think you did capture it. And I don't want us to sort of have line in the sand numbers. That's no more helpful for us than it is for you, and I get that. The flip side is I also want to make sure that we don't have, schools will just have to figure it out, because then we have a lot of differentiation school to school. And so as you think about this, if we can try to find sort of the happy medium that has clear guidance and support and resources, because some schools have different amounts of resources, as you indicated, than others do. So we're going to need to do some stuff to make some of this happen. But I just want to make sure that as we move forward, it really is not, well, my school has this extra space, but your school doesn't, because I think we get into a lot of trouble if we get to that scenario. And I'd rather us be smart about it than just sort of say it's got to be 6 feet or 50 square feet or what have you.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, because my other concern was that the capped and crowded schools in my district have already struggled to get that space for K-3 class size. And then to put that on our 4th and 5th graders, there is no space in a lot of these schools. So, we can ask them to be creative, but for some of them, there just simply is no additional space.
All right, so was that sort of a thumbs up to Superintendent Moore's question? What she's, okay. Does that help, Superintendent Moore?
I think I'm clear on what would be helpful for you to see next week.
Okay, all right.
I'm assuming next week.
Assuming next week,
thank
we
you.
want to give you some time to get that information together, and then that sort of circle back perhaps as an executive committee and figure out, but assuming at this point that there might be some sort of either work session or meeting on next Tuesday the 12th, if there's a decision to be made or if any changes, that's at the greatest, that's what we're talking about. So, all right. Moving forward, may I entertain a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda?
Chair Sutton, I want to move approval of the consent items as listed.
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Kushner, second from Ms. Johnson-Hostler to approve tonight's consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor show by a sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. That moves us to our action item. We have one item on the agenda for tonight that is coming from Human Resources, the temporary substitute incentive. That's being brought to us by Mr. Nieder and Dr. Matillo. So, Mr. Nieder, I'll turn it over to you.
Then we go ahead and take it, Mr. Nieder. Good evening, everybody. Again, as discussed earlier, I'm here tonight to present information and request approval for a temporary substitute pay incentive. As we discussed earlier, adding the temporary pay incentive for substitutes who pick up jobs on a consistent basis each month is a part of our overall multifaceted plan to fill our substitute needs during the second semester of the school year. It would begin in January with your approval and continue through the remainder of 2021 school year, and would be noted officially in our pay scale for substitutes. As mentioned during the work sessions, substitutes who work at least 5 days in the month would receive $100. Substitutes who work 10 days in a month would receive $250, and substitutes who work 14 days would receive the $425 during that month. point of clarification, as we discussed, IAs who do end up serving in the role as IA as sub would also be eligible for the additional pay incentive. Cost is available within the existing budget for substitute pay. I'm requesting your approval this evening, and with your approval, this would be reflected by a change in the salary schedule. And before I close, I recognize that the concerns the board has over this proposal, and I understand it's not perfect, but it is in response to a need for us to be able to ensure or put us in the best position to have substitutes to fill needs during the second semester. We have laid out several different strategies like the recruitment plan, like the virtual information sessions, reaching out to universities, and I just feel that the addition of this pay provides us the best opportunity to leverage those other strategies. And I think in conjunction with this, I also understand that there needs to be a commitment to prioritize the return of our multi-year plan to increase salaries of all of our employees, and especially our lowest paid, and those like IAs who are in classrooms every day with kids. So I do request your approval this evening for the temporary substitute incentive pay.
Thank you, Dr. Matillo. All right, Mrs. Kushner.
Thank you, Chair Sutton. I'll make the motion to approve the temporary substitute incentive program as outlined by Dr. Matillo.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion from Mrs. Kushner, a second from Mr. Haggerty to approve the temporary substitute incentive, and I'm going to assume with the hesitancy that that was for the purpose of discussion. So clearly there is some discussion. I start with Mrs. Carter.
Thank you. I first want to say thank you for all your work on this. I do appreciate it. However, when I saw the dollar amounts per month, it was a little surprising to me, especially when last month what was able to be given to our staff was a one-time $500 bonus. And I think when looking at this and I see a sub in that works 14 days in our schools, which would be awesome, could possibly get that $425 a month. And I'm just a little concerned about the message that sends to our employees in our schools that are showing up every day. I'm just concerned about that high of a level of incentive. That dollar amount is quite high because of, let's say they do that each month for the rest of the school year. We're looking at quite a substantial amount. And I understand we've already talked about benefits, non-benefits, but for a message and for optics, for me, it's concerning. And it's really more of a comment. I don't really know that, but that's just where I stand on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Ms. Cash.
So I agree with Ms. Carter on this, and I don't think it's a good message for our staff. And it's like in any business, you don't throw all the compensation things in that go to the people that work full-time and are there all the time. So those are things they've earned. The fact that what's concerning to me as finance chair is that the $2.1 million that we now have in our budget, we didn't have for the one objective that we wanted to get through. The non-certified people all coming to $15. We couldn't find the $2.1 million then to do that. So now to have that is concerning to me, because I would have surely voted for it for our custodians and CNS people that have been there every day this summer. So in our IAs, so this doesn't Just doesn't feel right to me at all.
So just to clarify, Ms. Cash, the 2.1 million are savings that have been identified from the sub-budget. In a normal year, these dollars would be used up in our disposition of subs across the district. But because we are having a fewer number of subs pick up classes and a fewer number of subs positions being requested, there are savings in the sub line item.
So that makes sense. But I still would still put it into non-certified personnel because we didn't fully fund them.
Right, I understand. But I understand what you're saying.
If I could just add, Ms. Cash, these are non-recurring funds, so it is an appropriate use to use for a one-time purpose, but to use to adjust overall base recurring salaries, it would not be.
Okay, I'll find that hard to explain to the custodians, though, but, okay.
Mrs. Kushner.
Thank you. And I can understand the concerns about optics and the issues that Ms. Carter and Ms. Cash have raised. However, we had to move to remote learning for these first 2 weeks because we had a staffing shortage and problems finding subs. And based on what Dr. Matillo said earlier on, in surveying our subs, they had concerns about the virus, fears about coming to our building, about community spread and getting a vaccine, and the lack of compensation. So we can control the compensation. And I think we all last month expressed concern to solve the issue around substitute teachers. And the staff has come with a recommendation based using savings from the substitute line item, so it's not pulling money from anything else, to solve our problem about a shortage of subs. And we can control the compensation. Hopefully we can move them up on the vaccine list to control that concern. We can't control the community spread, but we need to address this concern so that we can keep our schools from going back to remote. So I will support the proposal for the temporary substitute incentive. And again, I think it is worth noting these are temporary employees, not full-time employees who do not receive the benefits or long-term employment. This is like a locum tenens, this is like a temp service, and I think we need to focus on solving the problem that we have at hand.
And I'm assuming since they were temporary today, but they did not receive the one-time $500 bonus from last month, correct?
They did not.
Ms. Mahaffey.
Thank you. I'm curious, I appreciate all of the different strategies that are being put forward to increase subs, to recruit more substitutes. With this incentive being temporary, I'm curious as to when we will know if it's working. How do we measure that it's working? When will we know it's working? And if it's not working, what has staff thought through on those questions? I'm sure they've gone through all of your minds.
Yeah, great questions. I think there's a couple different ways that we'll begin to know that it's working. When we really launch our advertising campaign tomorrow, to see the number of applications that come in over the next few days and weeks, that certainly will be a strong data point. The number that we can get from application to approval, by the board, that would be another data point that we can look at. And then, another key data point will be the fill rates once we do have jobs out there for the second semester and subs to fill them. And I think that one of the benefits of the multifaceted approach is we're not relying on one particular strategy there. So the plan is that with all of these various strategies, it will provide us enough enough of a plan to get more subs to apply and pick up jobs.
Thank you. And Dr. Matillo, this is, I imagine, the strategy with the most financial implications to the district. So can you speak specifically as to when we will know that this incentive is considered to be successful?
Ms. Mahaffey, let me speak to that perhaps. I believe, from my perspective, if we can get a significant number of subs into that last category of at least 14 days in a calendar month, if we can see a material number of additional subs beyond the numbers we are currently seeing on average into that category, that will be success. I'm not going to give you an exact number or percent, because what that does for the district is it says we've got that many more resources that we can consistently rely upon throughout the month to provide backup subbing for. And I think we've all seen that one of the biggest challenges has been the need moves from school to school and it's unpredictable. So a key is if we can have a pool of individuals that we know can be committed, that we can readily shift around, that gives us a much better resource to draw on when we know we're going to have needs, we just don't know where they'll be.
Dr. Martin.
Thank you. I share Ms. Carter's concern. I understand the need for, we need to do something to try to get more subs. We know that. I don't like incentives here any more than I like incentives for, recruiting businesses when small businesses who have been working in an area for a long time don't get the same benefits. I see the same thing happening here. I guess my big concern is, what are we putting in place to make sure that the instructional assistants who are used as subs get recorded as used subs if IAs are eligible for this? Because that seems to be, at least the reports we hear, are inconsistent school to school. So that's one thought. But as I mentioned before, there are IAs who could not access this benefit and others who can. And that is as big of a problem to me as anything else. I mean, the magnitude, like Ms. Carter noted, is interesting given the $500 bonus for all staff. But set that aside, it's the inconsistency that there are many IAs being used as subs who don't get reported as subs, and not all IAs could connect to this opportunity. So maybe my question is, what is the total savings from the sub budget? Ms. Cash noted that, right, we didn't know about this. We can understand that there is some savings. Is this budgeted amount the total of the savings? What could we do to restructure the program? And I don't have any genius ideas right now, but that would make it so that all IAs who are functioning as subs can actually get recorded as subs. And, I think we're talking about IAs who take on maybe some additional responsibility, although I'm not sure that the subbing is additional from what their regular daily responsibility is. I don't know. But, if we divide some classes so that we can get the social distancing as we've talked about, some IAs are going to have to step up to the plate there. So and again, it's a little frustrating because we're down to the wire again. But I'm not happy with the plan as it stands now, because I think it will create more problems. And to Ms. Mahaffey's point, we're not going to be able to tell whether it's the dollars who did anything or whether it's the advertising campaign that did anything. So I'm really torn on this because I know the need, but I personally don't see that this plan is at a stage that can be effectively rolled out. And so I'm really torn on that because I don't want to put the district in a bind. And yet, I think there are some pretty serious gaps in this plan as laid out.
Ms. Johnson-Hostler.
I'm not sure that I see the same level of gaps, but I certainly express the same concerns. As a small business, I always tell my staff when they set a salary for a contractor to be mindful of how much it breaks out to your salaried employee salary, because inevitably that differential causes issues in the workplace and, quite frankly, among people. And even when you calculate benefits in, it's rare that contractors, which our subs are, would be on par with anybody who's salaried if you broke out their hourly pay. So I certainly agree with and concur with the concerns there. However, this reminds me of the first year I came on the board when we were also providing incentives at that time for spec ed teachers. Ultimately, would I like to know what caused the increase or uptick in subs if we got them? Of course. However, at this date, we're ready to send kids back in the building. And I'm hard-pressed to not support this incentive if it really does bringing adults in the space, so that we're not back at the conversation we had in December where we don't have enough adults to facilitate learning in the buildings. So I will just say that's my thinking at this point. I completely agree and run my organization like this. I would never give a contractor more than an employee. However, we are at a space that I feel like we will be back in this conversation if we don't address how to get more subs on our rolls so that we can actually fulfill when teachers are absent or IAs are absent. Because I imagine that once we ask for this new creativity from elementaries, we're going to have a lot of people doing a lot of different jobs. And I think that's a conversation, that's a larger conversation for us as a big employer of what this means until we can get our non-certified staff up to $15 an hour, which we've all talked about for a very long time. In that gap, what does that mean, and how do we communicate that to employees as well as contractors of where our values are? Because the way you pay people is how people see how you value them. It's the one metric we all can take we can see as a measurement of how we value employees. But I say this out loud to say to our non-certified staff, who I've certainly spent my entire career advocating for on the school board, that I do believe that we're in a very tough position of not having adults in those buildings. And that's my personal fear of why I will support this, at this point, one-time incentive to see if we can increase the number of substitutes available to us.
Ms. Scott.
And I'd like to add to that, because I feel like that very much summarizes how I feel about this. We did ask that we acknowledge that we had a staffing issue. We acknowledged that substitute teachers were not willing to work, and we asked, can you please solve this for us? And this is the proposal that's before us now. And none of this is fair. None of this is equitable. None of this is, and that's been historic for some time. Unfortunately, in the state of North Carolina, with how teachers are paid, how they're compensated, what professional certifications and master's pay. I mean, all of this has been going on for some time, and like many things, like everything, this has become more problematic and become more exposed during this global pandemic that we're facing. Substitute teachers are extremely valuable. As a former full-time K through 12 music teacher, it was hard for me to leave because I knew that I couldn't always have the subject matter that I taught. Not every sub was going to be qualified to do that. And that was an issue. Now we're looking at an issue where we need people in our buildings. We need people to be in the rooms, even when we're talking about if we send virtual teachers to telework from home, we still need adults in those buildings. And I know we have some solutions that have been presented that we hope to implement soon with the core. I mean, there's lots of ideas, but substitutes are valuable. And this is a temporary solution. This is based on savings that were already within the budget, part of the budget that was set aside for substitute teachers. And I feel like this is an emergency, this is a crisis, and we need to have these folks. This is acknowledging that it's not, this unfortunately is not equitable. It's not necessarily fair. But until staff presents something different, and I can't necessarily think of a better plan myself right now. I think we have to move forward because our obligation, our number one obligation is to our students, to serve our students.
Chair Sutton, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to ask AJ to provide a couple of clarifications to some things that have been mentioned about the process for subs, for IAs serving and being recorded as subs, and the idea that's been put out there about whether or not all IAs can in fact serve as subs, something along those lines. AJ?
Yeah, sure. So we do have a process throughout the district where all IAs who serve as subs can get paid that additional rate and be counted. So in terms of, do we have a process? Do we have a structure? Yes, we have one, and that happens almost daily in the district. I would say that if you are hearing from IAs who are saying that this is not happening for them, that's something we need to know, because the process is there. It is clear. The rate is clear. How to key it is clear. So if there are gaps at the school level, I'd like to know about those. In terms of who can and cannot, I think any IA at any point can serve in an IA as a substitute role. It's just, it depends a bit on the opportunity, the teacher, the position, but to say that one IA or a group of IAs cannot do this, they all can. It's just under what circumstances does it become the best move for kids in the school to do this in a particular situation.
Mrs. Cash.
So in that respect, then how are we going to make sure that that doesn't happen to the IAs?
That what doesn't happen?
That they are used as I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead, AJ.
We can certainly reiterate the process to the principals who are not listening to the board meeting right now, to make sure that they understand that this is the process. We need to ensure that if IAs are going to serve as subs, that they do get coded as such, paid as such per our process, and then give them a chance to ask questions if they don't understand what that process is, or have unique situations where they're trying to determine does this fit the criteria. And at the same time, letting our staff know that if there are concerns, they can also reach out, and some have reached out about this in the past. So I think those two solutions would be how we do it.
So they would get the bonus of a sub then?
Yes, if they served as a sub, there's a specific process where to give an example, I think I used this one before, if a second grade IA was in a classroom where it was split between a couple teachers and one of those teachers were out, and instead of calling in a sub, they used that IA as the sub, that would be a situation where we would, one, pay the IA the IA as sub rate, which is $162.79, but then they would also be eligible for the bonus if that happened 5 times in a month, 10 times in a month, etc.
Okay, no matter whether they got the $500 bonus prior, it wouldn't matter.
Correct.
Okay.
And I know we're focusing a lot on IAs right now, and they are an important point and a group that I have thought about a lot during this, because as you increase the rate of one group of employees who are in classrooms with kids, you naturally think of IAs in particular. But this is a substitute incentive plan. It was just a clarification that IAs who served in this role would also be eligible for it. And I do want to reiterate, we had a commitment to our non-certified staff over a 5-year plan to look at salaries and increase salaries. that we did have to put on pause. And with this recommendation, I also want to acknowledge we need to make that every priority moving forward as we enter this next budget season to see what we can do long term for compensation for IAs and other non-certified staff.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. I mean, I think the intent that we have, is to address the lack of coverage, right? And that with more, I think Ms. Scott called it more adults in the building, we can lighten that burden, we can have more support, we can have more coverage. But as Dr. Martin and Ms. Carter and other people have brought up, right now, it sounds like we have a situation where we have, IAs and then even potentially like the other non-certified staff that are being asked to fill in and take on these duties because of lack of staffing and not getting compensated fairly for it. So if we can have a commitment that that's going to be policed and that's, going to be enforced, and employees that are being asked to do that can bring those concerns without, any retaliation, then in theory, having these additional adults, these substitutes in the building should lighten everybody's load. I mean, that's what I think our intent is, but I'm going to ask those of you that have been in the schools and have been substitute. Am I being naive about that? Am I missing something? Because, we, like Ms. Mahaffey said, we don't want unintended consequences. So I'm inclined to support it for, to address the problem we're trying to solve. I see the benefit of it, but I want to make sure that we're not opening up any new problems or creating some unintended consequence.
Well, it's also providing an incentive for people who know our school system already, for our existing substitute pool, and people who know a lot of times our buildings already. As Dr. Matillo indicated, most substitutes work at one school or a certain number of schools, and so they know the protocols, they know the kids and the other teachers in the building, and so there is a little more familiarity in there, rather than bringing in, volunteers that may be their first time setting foot in that school. Now, you're not going to see that with every substitute, but there are substitutes that are, already, although they're not, permanent subs, they know what buildings that are in proximity of their home or that they'll want to be working in. My additional question is, when we find out that subs are coming, but they're only going to certain schools, what goes on there? But that we won't know that answer until we've moved forward with this.
And I think that question is one, we've been analyzing a bit for a while, at least, in discussions, is which, that sort of how many schools aren't having those positions picked up. And we know that is, that's been true for some time, and that was one of the reasons why we've brought up in previous discussions the need for maybe having, at some schools at least, a permanent sub position for schools that typically have those positions go unfilled. And Mr. Haggerty, you brought up a great point. While we don't want to take away from the opportunity for extra financial incentive for instructional assistants, I also want to say that when an instructional assistant does leave a room for whatever reason to go serve in another capacity in that building, that leaves a huge hole in those rooms for those educators and for the students that they serve. It greatly, just especially in our younger, when we have reading groups, in our young classes where we so want to build on those reading skills, and you lose the other adult in your room, then you have to completely change your lesson plan and the way that you are presenting it and sharing that with the learners in your classroom. That's a good point. I appreciate you raising that.
Dr. Martin.
So I reluctantly am likely to vote for this, but I think it is only fair that, had we been able to have public comment, I'd like to read a paragraph out of one of the public comments because I think it's important. We as a board are not the ones living it. And this is from Jen Vickland. her second paragraph. I would also like to point out that it is insulting to offer substitutes more pay than already in place for teacher assistants working in person and covering multiple needs. Hazard pay for subs, but not for current staff. You are offering incentive for people to come risk their health and well-being in schools, but not do anything for those who are already doing so day in and day out. The reason you cannot attract subs is because it is plain not safe, and offering more money is acknowledging the lack of safety and preying on those in need. So this isn't just us saying this. We've seen emails that look like this as well, and I just thought it was important to put on the record statements that we are hearing from people who are in the schools. I understand the need, but we really have to just double commit to addressing the pay level for our non-certified staff, because it's shameful.
Dr. Matillo, there were several comments from board members about additional support training, if you will, for subs. If this incentive is provided, is there an opportunity? Are there additional funds in the savings in the sub budget to also provide that support that was described earlier by several board members? And is that training or support something, one, that there's a cost associated with it, and I guess two, if so, are there funds available for that? I know that Ms. Johnson-Hosser and several others mentioned the need or desire for greater support. Does that make sense?
Let me just jump in, because this question, I think, sort of came up earlier. There is training that is offered to substitutes specifically to support their ability to navigate the tech tools that teachers are using to serve remote learning or virtual academy. And there are some other opportunities as well that anybody else who is online can sort of add to, but I wanted to add specifically for that piece, because that was a specific question, that training is available. And certainly, AJ and I just had a meeting with IAs, for example, not too long ago. And then for subs, as there are requests or needs, I think that we do have an obligation to both respond to the things that they're saying they have needs for and determine sort of a baseline of the things that we want to offer to them as well. And we do some of that already.
Yeah, so to add to the response, we do have the online teacher training that is free that we provided to teachers as we made this transition to remote, that we also have been providing to subs. So that is in place. I'm not sure exactly, Chair Sutton, if that was your question. There is also, in order to become a sub, there is the course that they take. It's an online course through a university. It's about 7 or 8 hours that there is a cost to, and we can certainly look at, do we have funds available to cover that cost for new subs who might apply to the district.
Okay. All right. Hearing no further discussion, again, there's a motion and a second to approve the substitute temporary incentive pay. All those in favor, show by a sign of aye.
Aye.
And opposed, nay.
Sorry, nay.
Was that? So let me do a voice. I think that was Ms. Cash and Ms. Carter. Is that correct? That were nay? Okay. All right. So that's 7-2 with board members Cash and Carter casting the nay vote. So the request for substitute pay passes on a vote of 7-2.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, if I could entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Chair Sutton, I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session in order to consider confidential personnel information protected under GS 143-318.11A1, A3, and A6, to consult with the Board of Education attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in GS 143-318.11A3 due to current litigation, and B, by parent TB versus Wake County Board of Education, OAH 20 EDC 3551, and to consult with the Board of Education attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided in GS 143-318.11A3.
Got a motion by Ms. Mahaffey, second by Ms. Kushner to go into closed session per the items just stated and listed on our agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, show by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. We now stand in closed session, and this public meeting stands adjourned. Thank you all very much for joining us this evening.
I'll make sure y'all got the email earlier from Tim that after close, we need